Rookie error. Okay, let's try this again. Welcome everybody. We're going to be doing the ELC Summer Cup today, run by Devils Esports. You've made it all the way through to the quarterfinals and the semi-finals, which is what we're going to have for you today. So our first game of the day is going to be Valour Esports coming up against the Mad Kings. I will be joined by Papa Bob just a little bit later, which should be all good. So let's take you through the first game of the day. Before I take you into that, however, let's just take a look at the match schedule for today as well. So these are the three games we're going to have on the main stream today. We're going to be having Valour Esports versus the Mad Kings coming up first for you. Our third quarterfinal is going to be the Turks versus, I'm going to try and say this the best I can, Indite Gazui, I think is how you pronounce that. And then once we have the winner of these games, we will have our first semi-final to show you guys as well, which should be really good fun. I cannot wait to cover all the action here on the ELC Summer Cup today. So we should have some absolute banger games coming up for all of you guys to watch throughout this day today. So get some snacks, get some drinks in, make sure you're sit down and ready to enjoy all of the action we've got for in the ELC Summer Cup today. Just to give a heads up to the other streams that are covering all the action, the other quarterfinal games I believe you can find on Kryze's channel. So he'll be covering the other semi-final games in English. We also have all of these games covered in French as well. So courtesy of ELC, they've really come in clutch today to make sure all of these games are streamed, which is really, really cool. So I'll just confirm which channels those are going to be on for you today. So yeah, Kryze will be streaming on his own channel. And then Devil Multi-Gaming on their channel will be covering the other games in French. So without too much delay, let's take a look at the lineup for both of these teams. So we will start with the lineup for Valour Esports. So as you can see on your screens now, Valour Esports, they've had a 69% win rate coming in through this tournament, which is great to see. Love that number. Kryze is the analyst. He's one of our... he's a great guy. He'll be also casting today, which is really, really cool. So this roster had some really, really good success in the ELC Summer Cup. For those of you that are not familiar with sort of what this tournament is or how it's been working, this is a weekend tournament. So ELC have put on a single elim, I believe it was a 64-team single elimination tournament over the weekend. So it started on Friday. So yesterday, everything up to the round of 16 was played, and then now you're joining us for the quarterfinals onwards. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to have all the quarterfinals streamed for you today, which is really, really cool, in French and English, which is awesome. Going into the semi-finals, and then you'll have your grand final tomorrow. So me and Puffer Bob will be covering that tomorrow as well. So you've got an action-packed weekend of Siege to enjoy. So Valour Esports, you can see they've got a best map is Skyscraper, incredibly defender-sided map, and their worst map being Border, very frag-heavy map, very aggressive map. It'll be interesting to see if Mad Kings want to use that to their advantage when we come to the map veto a bit later. So switching over to Mad Kings, let's take a look at their roster as well. Their best map being Bank, they've had I've just noticed this is a single elim tournament, so you can't have a 69% win rate coming into these things. So both of these teams have had a 100% win rate up until this point, because that's how they've got here. So the best map in the tournament for Mad Kings being Chalet, another very frag-heavy map, a full French roster as well coming in from Mad Kings. I think when you've got almost all French, one German thrown into the mix as well, and that can really help with the synergy of the team if you all speak your native language as well. The worst map for Mad Kings being Skyscraper. So if we can see a Skyscraper potentially come out here, that's going to be really good for Valour Esports. So we'll have to see how the map veto plays out. So this is shaping up to be a great quarterfinal. We're going to be able to cover all the action for you. The other thing we can do is we can take a look at the map veto now as well. And the map is going to be, oh no, we are going to Skyscraper. So Chalet being banned out immediately by Valour Esports. The best map for Mad Kings being banned out immediately. I think there's definitely a bit of a target ban coming in there to make sure that Mad Kings don't get to go onto their home soil, onto their best soil. So we are going to be going all the way over to Skyscraper. So this should fall right into the hands of Valour Esports. And I think that puts them just a little bit ahead in the who's going to win this map. The quarterfinals are just a best of one, so it's going to be a nice 15 rounds if we get that far on Skyscraper to decide who goes into our first semi-final of the day. That first semi-final will be a best of 3, going into a best of 3 final as well. So going to Skyscraper, it's all going to be about the defense here. I think it's going to be all about who can make the best use of that defender side and who can really get their attacks together on the attacking side. This map is notorious for how difficult it can be to attack. So that way, if you can distinguish yourselves, you can get off to a really strong start on your attacks. I think that's going to be the deciding factor between these two teams here today. So yeah, Skyscraper. Hopefully we get some good action going, and it's going to be an absolute thriller of a game. But historically, Sky games, they can be a little bit stagnant. So I'm hoping to see some Blitz, some Capital maybe, a lot of Ying. There's a lot of operators that can be pretty much crucial to unlocking the defense. And if we don't see those operators being brought, I think I'm going to be slightly worried for both of these teams. So I'm hoping to see that, both of these teams understand how to attack this map and they bring the right tools to enable them to do that. So we'll have to wait and see how that's going to play out. But yeah, going to Skyscraper is going to be interesting to say the least. So we're just going to hang out while we get everybody into the lobby. I see we've got some Made King fans in the chat already, which is great to see. Vicent supporting his boys over on the side of Made Kings. We love to see it. So yeah, once we get everyone into the lobby, we should be good to go. And while we are hanging out, let me know in the comments below or in the chat how your day's been going. It's a Saturday. Hopefully the weather's out where you are. It is pouring down with rain here in the UK, which is horrible. We've had absolute blistering heat, and now it's pouring down with rain. Hopefully the summer where you are is going a lot better than it is here. Let me know down in the chat. The other thing I want to take a look at is if I go back to the rosters quickly. Let's go take a look at Valour Esports. Because I'm looking at the roster for Made Kings first. This is a new side, as far as I can tell. I've not seen these guys play before. So I'm really keen to see how these guys come swinging out the gates. Hopefully they can prove themselves to the world that these guys are here to play. We've just come off the back, or Combine is still taking place. So it's nice that we've got teams competing in tournaments outside of the official T2 stuff. Obviously the 64 teams signing up to play in ELC is a huge deal. And the French team here, I'm going to call them French because I think the one German, the one imposter doesn't stop this side from being French. They've done really, really well to get to this point, which is really cool. So I'm hoping to see these guys and see what they have to offer for us. But then a team that I have casted before, hoping to see good things out of, is the side of Valour. There's been a lot of controversy across this team, but they've been doing really well in lots of different tournaments. I got to see these guys play in a little bit of Combine. Probably a little bit more of an established roster. Some big names in there, such as Rexy's. He's always active on Twitter. So this should be a great game to watch. These guys obviously been established for a while now. They've been competing in those T2 Combine tournaments. It'll be very interesting to see how that experience pays off against this all-French side. I've also been hearing from Hunter that the German guy, the imposter on the side of Made Kings, is a beast. So we're going to hopefully keep an eye out on him. We'll see if he pops off. Maybe he's the Stompin of this roster. Stompin coming into the EUL has been absolutely popping off, I think is fair to say. A lot of people were hating. They didn't like this NA import. So maybe the German import for Made Kings can be the difference maker coming into this best of one. Drop your predictions in the chat as well. I want to see who people are supporting and then see who's got the most support coming in for this game. Lots of Made King fans in the chat. Love to see it. Coming out showing their support for the team, which we love to see. And we are almost good to go here. Just waiting on a couple of people to get into the lobby, and then without any further ado, we will get this game underway. It's damn hot in here, even though it's raining. It's crazy. But yeah, hopefully wherever you guys are, the weather is a lot better than it is here. It's summertime, man. The sun's supposed to be out, but it's decided to go hide away, which is not ideal. I shall remain quiet out of respect for my opponent. I love that. Well, these are supposed to be two very evenly matched teams. Obviously, both of these teams smashing everybody to get to this point in the quarterfinals, but this is where the games start to get serious. This is all about, it's do or die time. Can you make it to the finals? Can you claim that semi-final spot to progress yourself in this tournament? So a lot of pressure on both of these teams as we get ready to go into Skyscraper. So as we just wait patiently for these guys to get in the lobby, they're getting their tea hunts in, making sure they're good and prepped. They've had their energy drinks as well. So then we should be sorted. But yeah, I've just noticed you guys have the same name but backwards. That's crazy. Twinning in the chat, which is awesome. What are the chances? Is that must be by design? There's no way coincidentally you've got your names opposite each other in the chat. You love to see that. It'd be even funnier if one of you supporting Valour. Well, I think one of you is. And then the other one is supporting Maid Kings. That keeps things balanced in the chat, which is really good to see. So we've got everybody into the lobby. We should be able to get this game going very, very shortly. So on to Skyscraper we go to figure out who progresses into the semi-finals of the ELC Summer Cup 2 presented by Valour Esports. I sent that way too early. We are this close to getting this game going. So hopefully all of you have taken that time to get some snacks, get everything you need to enjoy this best of one, and let's see who comes out the gates swinging the best. This is your last chance to get your predictions in. Yeah, Vicent, of course, yeah, you're a Valour guy, 100%. I'm just messing with you. So we are good to go. So let's get this game underway and into Skyscraper we go, guys. Get your popcorn ready because here we go. There we go. We're in the game, boys. And Valour Esports, they're going to be starting off on the defense, the stronger side, going towards them. And this is where we get to see the new ban system in full effect. Thermite ban coming out for Valour Esports for the first ban is really interesting. Only leaving the ranged hard breach available, potentially allowing the impact trick as well on the breaches to make it really difficult for Maid Kings to get inside of the map, just to get a presence in the map. Azami being banned out as well from Maid Kings makes a lot of sense. Mira and Azami, extremely strong operators, which can cause a lot of problems for the defense, or sorry, for the attack. So good to see both of those have been banned out to start things off. And I'm just going to make sure you guys have audio as well. There you go, you do now. You do indeed. So as we get this game underway, we are going to be heading to, when we load in, T and Geisha to kick things off for us. This is the primary bomb site for pretty much every team that's ever played this map. I think it's extremely rare we see this team go anywhere else. But I'm really interested to see the Skopos in action. This guy can be used to waste a lot of time. You can start off towards the samurai side of the map, cause that attacking side to spend a lot of utility in clearing you out and making sure your presence is known, and then being able to just bounce back to site. And then that way, you get away scot-free, full ammo and HP reset when you do teleport back to the site itself. So I think it's going to be very much see what Framework can do on that side of the map to waste a lot of time. Especially on a map like Skyscraper, there's 3 very distinct stages for an attack. One is just to get yourself in the building. That's normally done by doing a cross take, so going from the opposite side of the map. Seems like Framework's going to get a little bit spicy here, looking for this early pick on the spawn peak. You can hear the rappel of the audio when these guys come up towards the site itself. Will he be able to catch anyone out here as they rappel into the building? It looks like the attacker there on the Zofia is going to head in the opposite direction, not having any of these shenanigans, but that should give away the game. The framework is looking to waste time in this area. He's doubled up with the mute as well. This is a good little bait going with the mute, as they won't have spotted this mute out yet, but the breach is causing these guys to fall back and head into the second part of their defense. And this is really good stuff coming in from Made Kings. They've done that first part of the map to accomplished, got themselves in the building, taken some early map control, but now this is the tough part. How do you deal with all the utility stacked in this middle part of the map to let yourself get near the objective? Dokkaebi just pushing forward, taking this space with good speed here as well. But now it's going to be, can we capitalize on the info we gain? The Skopos shots raining out, not finding anything just quite yet. And this is where Rexy's and Framework doubled up side by side, locking down the drum area as Rexy's hightails it out of there. A lovely shot from the Dokkaebi to kick things off for us. And why deal with the utility when you can just shoot him in the head? A lovely pick coming out from Made Kings to kick things off for us as the defense starts to crumble just a little bit. Mute holding onto this spot. He's got the cover from his teammate as they find one back. And with a minute left on the clock, this is a great hold coming in from Valour as they've got the crossfires in place to shut down Made Kings. The Grimbees coming out to try and make this easier to push in. They're only now getting the walls open as Pangu finds a lovely shot onto the second. And this attack, unfortunately, is crumbling apart for Made Kings as they've just completely stalled out in this middle part of the phase. Still a 3v4 potential here to make the comeback into this round. They should have spotted the mute out here as well. They know he's tucked into that corner. They managed to find one. They don't find the second, who's still tucked in. He finds the kill onto the attacker, leaving us into a 3v2 now. But the trade is there. Lovely stuff from Made Kings to finally break the deadlock as they've got 35 seconds now to find and execute into the site itself. They're just going to double up here. The Doki calls coming out as well. Should give away Rex's position. It does indeed. As Doki with a triple in the round, putting her team on her back. As there's only one left. The phone's going to ring out, giving away this position. The flashbang doesn't hit his mark, actually, as Smoke gets away with one there. Lovely shot from him to capitalize on that situation. Ace with a do or die situation. He's going to go for this kill. I don't think he knows this guy's right around the corner. And look at this play from Smoke. Lovely stuff to play the time. I think Dokkaebi's going to feel really hard done by there. Robbed of the 4K as the flashbang landing at the feet of their opponent, just not doing anything. So by the skin of their teeth there, Valour Esports will kick things off with a 1-0 split for us. And I think what Made Kings need to do, they just needed to get that opening wall opened just a little bit earlier. I think the mute just had way too much time to roam in and around that dragon area. That reinforced wall giving him all the cover he needed to get himself a pick and to be able to waste that time. I think Made Kings, if they can adjust, if they can bring the EMPs on the Doki maybe, have her stick a little bit closer to the hard breach, it will allow them to put more pressure on the defense earlier. You can see by the lineup of Valour Esports, they're going for very heavy utility-based setups. We've got the Malusi, the Jaeger, and the wall denial to allow Valour Esports to play into the defensive nature of Skyscraper. And this is where I'd like to see Made Kings just make a couple of adjustments. Maybe bring some more EMPs. That way you're not completely reliant on something like the Dokkaebi with the EMPs or the Striker. It just gives you a bit more flexibility in the way you want to clear this take. The Dokkaebi gave them great value in the roam clear, so great to see that the Dokkaebi is being brought again. As we get a good look over the overhead, it is going to be what's seemingly like a very direct take coming in here from Made Kings. So a bit of a switch in the strategy to hit this site direct this time around, which I really like. Keep Valour Esports on their toes. Make sure they can't predict into these cross takes all the time. And we're going to be starting off with getting this VIP wall open, but the long angle all the way from VIP, tagging Ace down to a little bit of 60-ish HP as there's some early damage dealt. Little warning shots sent out by Valour Esports to keep Made Kings on their toes. And Framework, he's going to do one better. He's going to find the entry kill onto the Dokkaebi, so that roam clear operator cleared off the board. As Made Kings switching up completely. They've abandoned that direct take, now switching over towards this Geisha side, as Valkyrie's going to be the main problem for them to deal with as they try and make their entry on this side of the map. And Valkyrie's doing a great job of wasting the time here. She can just hide as Framework finds a second to kick things off for Valour Esports. A 3v5 now, but they should have this Valkyrie pinned down. They've got full information as they do find, they found Pangu somewhere else, but Framework's going to find a triple for himself, covering the Valkyries. He finds a quad for himself. Can he find the ace for his team to send themselves 2-0 up? It's all left down to the ace to try and see what he can make happen. Valkyrie has just been sitting here, basically being bait for Framework, as Framework will find the ace indeed, as that's going to be an ace for Framework to kick things off for us in this second round. Lovely work from him to basically clean the floor with Made King, as what more is there to say? Just phenomenal shooting from the side of Framework. And this is where Made Kings, this is their third attack. It's going to be going to Barbecue and Kitchen, which is the tertiary bomb site. This is going to be the best chance for Made Kings to get some rounds on the board. If you guys haven't been watching Pro League recently, or any of the T4 competitions that have been taking place, or even some of the T2 stuff in Combine, a 5-1 split, a 4-2 split on your attacking half is a very reasonable thing to achieve. This map leans so heavily into the defense that you can quite easily, with just 1 or 2 attacks, be in a really good position to still win this game. So if Made Kings can keep their mental in the right place, if they can bring the right tools to get themselves around on the board here and keep themselves within touching distance of Valour Esports, things are going to be looking really, really good for them. And look at the switch up in the loadout for Made Kings. I love this. That both the shields are, all the shields are available, and they've decided to lean into them. These operators are so strong at the moment, and I think that's what Made Kings needed. They wanted to be more aggressive, and now they're using the shields to be able to be more aggressive. No hard breach in this lineup though. It's a very interesting option. Only the can openers in the back pocket of the Monty. We'll have to see if that's enough hard breach for them to be able to get the control they need. But the Blackbeard and the Monty are going to be able to put so much pressure on Valour Esports. And looking at the lineup, it's only really the Fenrir from Valour that can really stop the progression of these shields. So, but it's the same spawn peak twice. They've actually got the trade on it this time around, but you knew he was peeking it from last time, as the Blackbeard, that shield that we said was going to be so impactful, taken off the board early. I think the Fenrir for the Blackbeard, you'll take that any day of the week, as early trades coming out in this round, leaving us in a 4v4 situation. And this is where we get a little bit of calm before the storm. The entry being made across the map once again. They Made Kings really identifying which free real estate is available to them and taking that space early. The key is they need to be able to use the Monty to progress forward from this point. This is where they can use the Monty to clear Geisha, and then they can start thinking about a site execute. There is 3 players from Valour Esports here holding this top floor, and they're all going to need to be dislodged if they want to get value out of the Ram to be able to put pressure on the site. Lovely combination of the EMPs working out with the Monty to get this open, but it seems like this is just for a bit of ghost pressure. No one really playing this breach actively just yet, as Valour Esports extremely comfortable in their positions on this top floor at the moment. This Geisha player is going to get spotted out. This is where Mute's going to start to feel the heat, as Nono, he's already looking to make his great escape. He knows if he hangs around this position for too long, they will find a way to force him out of this area. He's just tucked in, but look at the cover from Framework, also from the Aruni on the long angle to cover his teammate in that Geisha position. They try and force their way in, but Pangu's got the cross, and Valour Esports just, they know the crossfires they've got to hold. Made Kings just haven't done enough to make the Valour players uncomfortable, to force errors out of this Valour side, as the crossfire is just too strong for Made Kings to be able to deal with. It is a 4v2, 4v1 now against the Monty, as unfortunately for Roth, all of his teammates have fallen around him. That info that they got off the Monty just not being enough to let Made Kings get anything going, as Valour Esports get a flawless rotation coming in this best of 1. And this is where we finally get our third ban. And Valour Esports, they've just been a problem everywhere. I don't think any particular operator has really caused Made Kings problems. It's just been that middle phase of the round. They just haven't been able to convert the information into the kills they need. The ace ban will be coming out from Valour Esports to hopefully make it even more difficult than it already was to get these breaches open. And the Fenrir being banned out from Made Kings. Now that the Fenrir is off the board, do we want to lean more heavily into the shield utility? Blitz is still available. Maybe we go faster than what we did with the Monty. But it seems like Made Kings, they're going to want to stick to the Monty and slowly progress their way through the map. Valour Esports, no adjustment from them on this site, bringing out the same strat as they did before on this site. And if we do think back to that first round, it was basically the drum and dragon parts of the map that Made Kings struggled to deal with. The question is going to be for them is, do they want to repeat that struggle, or do they want to go potentially for a black take? Now that they've realised the Monty's available, you can walk up those black stairs with the shields, you can support that play with the buck from below, for example, to then try and dislodge the defenders. That's the key thing, especially when you're on your attack, is what can you do to make the defense uncomfortable. It's all about that reaction and responding to that reaction. Fett had a great video where he explained how different teams use that sort of mentality to get their opening picks and convert those to round wins. And that's what we need to see Made Kings lean into. We need to see them make these defenders uncomfortable. Because right now they're just sitting in their anchor spots and winning their ones. And this is where, for me, Made Kings, use your utility to be more aggressive, to get really up in the face of your opponents, to allow them to be able to punish the mistakes they're going to make when you apply that pressure to them. But Monty's already in. Great work with the shield. They've got to be careful of this vert though, as there is a player sitting right above them, waiting for his unsuspecting victim to make his way up this staircase. Now we've got control over the vert on this reverse angle. Monty can start to make his way up those black stairs. Grim on the rappel as well, but Roth's going to take a lot of damage on the vert that they didn't notice. But he's now made his way up. But a couple of players tagged down to half HP already for the side of Made Kings, just trying to get into the map. They've got the Monty up the stairs though, but now can they deal with these crossfires over from T? They've got the sense, but Pango's going to find a great C4, and that's the Monty down already. The key spear point of the attack already taken off the board, and Mute just standing on that hard floor. He's just not touchable from below. They've got to find a way to get rid of this guy out of this position, as he is single-handedly roadblocking the whole attack. As Nono just holding firm in his position. They're trying to work these reverse angles, but that wallbang isn't quite where it needs to be. There we go. Get the buck involved. Clear this force. Oh, but Framework's going to find one on the reverse angle as well, as I thought Buck was about to take out the Doki. And unfortunately for Made Kings, it doesn't seem to matter what they try. They just can't get anything going, as Valour Esports find another as well, leaving a 2v5 situation. And the vert, oh no, working against Made Kings. They brought the buck. You can tear this floor apart, but just haven't managed to get anything going. As Valour Esports, they've seen this all before. They know how to respond to it, as they are about to go 4 rounds up to the good. They've got Grimir in the 1v5 to try and make something happen, but with 40 seconds left on the clock, this is a dire situation for him. Using the new shotgun jump out the window tech, for those of you not aware, when you do jump out of these windows, you're not allowed to ADS when you first jump out. But of course with shotguns, that's just not a problem anymore. And this is a great use of attack timeout coming up from Made Kings. They know they're probably going to see at least one of the last 2 sites. It's going to be going over to Office first. So this is a great time to use that attack timeout. Ideally, they just need one of these next 2 rounds. They need to get themselves on the board, and they need to get themselves on the board in a great fashion. You can see the KDs across the side of Made Kings. They've just struggled finding those entry kills and getting themselves in the map and established. That's the just control that they've been lacking. So this is a great chance for the captain of Made Kings to sit his team down and say, look, we've seen how these guys are playing. We can make the adaptations we need. But the question is, what adaptations do you make at this point in time? They've tried going black. They've tried going opposite. They've tried bringing shields. And nothing has really worked out for them just yet. I think leaning into the Blackbeard is a great choice, especially with Framework and how aggressive he's being, you need to find a way to punish that aggression. That could be by playing a lot slower, anticipating these swings, or just being doubled up with your teammates. It's a lot of 1v1 engagements coming in early for the side of Valour Esports that have been giving them their success. I would like to see Makings just be able to trade those initial gunfights to get them into some 3v3, maybe 2v2 execute situations like we saw in the, I believe it was the second round, no, it was the first round, sorry, on our T defense, where they managed to get to that 2v2 that unfortunately they lost because of the flashbang. If they can find more situations like that, then I think we'll see Made Kings be able to find some more success. So it is back to office we go, and we've got a very different lineup coming in from Made Kings here. We've got the Flores to deal with a lot of this bulletproof utility, as well as the Amaru to get right up in the face of their opponents with the shotgun as well. Let's see if Made Kings can find a way to put this Amaru to good use. No hard breach in this lineup, so going for a very frag heavy approach to this round, as Amaru is making her way in, and she has been countered immediately. That Amaru not paying off in the slightest, as Framework was good and ready for that push to come in. He had the bullet hole, the punch hole ready. Maybe they've seen the VODs of Made Kings before, and they knew this was one of the pocket strats they were going to bring out. But once again, the advantage early going over to the side of Valour Esports. Rexy's going to hear this Blackbeard pummeling below him, as Blackbeard getting right up in the face of this operator. The punch does come in. They should find the trade back. They do indeed. But a double C4 coming in from Pango, as he does a lot of damage to one player as well on his exit, but swiftly giving the favor back to Valour Esports, as 1v3 now for the Zofia, trying to make something happen. But that double C4 sealing the fate of the side of Made Kings, as 5 rounds to the good here for Valour Esports. And this is where Made Kings, you've got your last attempt to get a round on the board, and they need it badly going into their, what will be their defensive half after this round. And unfortunately for Made Kings, it's just not looking good, Brev. It's just really not looking good, as really struggling just to get anything going. Valour Esports seem to be one step ahead every step of the way. So I'm not sure what more Made Kings can do. They're just being outclassed at every corner. We are going to be going back to the barbecue site. And this is where we've dropped the ram this time around. It's pretty much an identical lineup coming in from the side of Valour Esports. They have dropped the mute for the Cade this time around to make it a little bit more difficult to get maybe the Geisha wall open, especially with the lack of hard breach available to Made Kings. Putting pressure on Geisha is going to be a little bit more difficult than it was last time around. But again, it's just the side of Made Kings not being able to trade these kills. They're just not in the right positions. They may be lacking the info they need to respond accordingly to what Valour Esports are doing and where they're positioning themselves. I just need to see Made Kings, especially in this round, just take a step back. Just try and be a little bit more calculated in the way you're taking these engagements. You've got the shield operator on Roth. Of course, you can use him as bait to try and put aggression on that defensive side. But right now, Valour Esports are doing an amazing job of responding to that aggression. I think Made Kings here, just in this one round, just try and slow it down. Just try and pick and choose your openings a little bit more carefully than you've been doing in these previous rounds. We can't afford to keep giving away these entry kills, because it's crushing us at the moment for the side of Made Kings. And you see here, Cade actually reinforcing the Geisha wall off. So that way, if we do see a cross take coming in from the side of Made Kings, even if they get into drum, they're not going to have any lines of sight from that area in towards Geisha. You can see the Ram, same as last time, already made their way into drum. They've identified this is free real estate, and this is where they need to now figure out where the opening is going to be. Isolate the fights well, and it will give you great success. But Pango, once again, finding the entry for his team. Nicely traded out, though, as Rexy is going to fall elsewhere. But this is what I'm saying. You've still got guys on this top floor to deal with. Take your time in figuring out who the weak point is. Where can we use our utility to get going? As Pangu's just going to shut them down. As Ram's just walking in unpunished. The Blitz looks like he's going to get punished as well. As the kill feeds all blue. Made Kings just choosing to send it and just being slapped out of that top floor. They just can't seem to get anything going here, Made Kings. They just send it and get rejected round after round. So all left to the Ash, who was lurking below, left in another clutch situation for the side of Made Kings. And trash talking when you're about to be down 6-0 is crazy, but you love to see it. I love the confidence coming out from Made Kings. Stick it to them, as that's going to be a 6-0 half coming in for the side of Valour Esports. It's now do or die time for the side of Made Kings. They need a flawless defense of their own to send this into overtime to give them any chance of having a spot in that semi-final. As unfortunately for Made Kings, their strategy on their attack they just couldn't get it going. And both of these teams giving it in chat. You love to see it. So what I'm fascinated to see is what Made Kings want to ban out here. What strategy do they want to lead into to help them get this flawless defense? The Cade being banned out is going to make things easier for the attack. However, the Deimos ban from the side of Made Kings, making it a little bit easier to play that roam game, to waste that time they need to off-site. So I like the fact that Made Kings have gone for the Deimos, extremely strong operator in the meta at the moment. The shield ban coming out as well is a great choice to restrict the side of Valour Esports into using the Blitz. Blitz, Blackbeard, or the Fuse. The fact that Blackbeard has stayed up and is not being picked in the lineup of Valour Esports is a very interesting choice. They've actually gone for the 5th shield option, which is the Osa, which is great to see. But this is where, come on Made Kings, we need you to get off to a good start in this round. Going for the double reinforcement on the black side, maybe anticipating a black take coming in from the side of Valour Esports here, are setting up very similar to what Valour Esports are doing. Investing utility into expanding out into that drum and dragon area, as that's the key chokehold, key choke point that Valour Esports are going to need to find their way through if they do decide to go for that cross take. The fact that we've got a Glaz in the lineup highlights to me that we're more than likely going to see a black take coming in for the side of Valour Esports. They can sit him on that geisha window, laser beam across sight to make it uncomfortable for the defense, as well as the Osa to try and push her way either in from black or up those black stairs to get around on the board. And as Valour Esports, as they've got rounds to work with, they can even full send this if they so choose to, trying to catch Made Kings out by surprise if they can get into the building fast enough. Rexy's on the entry, already taking this dining area. They've got info on the Azami, but she just about gets away with it as the shots don't land from Rexy's. It's a bit windy as Deki, he's going to shut Rexy's down on that entry. Smoke taking a lot of damage here. A lot of damage taken from the smoke grenades by Nono on that Glaz, as it is going to be down to the Nomad to hunt this Azami below. They know this guy's chilling down here somewhere. The question is where, as the little Jiggle Peak about to come in from the Nomad just sprints past the angle. So Deki really taking his time to wait for this opportune moment, as he's going to be spotted out. I don't think he's going to know about it either, as this is Nomad's engagement to win, having all this information available to them. The swing does come in. The shots will land onto the Nomad. Just a little bit of tickle damage coming in here as it's windy once again. As surely we've got to punish Deki here as the reinforcements are coming in. But Deki's doing a great job of just wasting the time as Framework's going to shut down the support Deki was trying to get. But he can just sit here in kitchen for as long as he can just to waste the time. This is taking all the pressure away from sight. So a great job from the Azami here just to steal away the attention of Valour Esports. He's got a framework to deal with as neither party being able to find the shots they need. As Framework looking for this engagement, looking to get something going here. Sees the head of the Azami, takes the head of the Azami as well, as that's going to be the bottom position taken off the board. As a pre-fire coming out from Framework as well, as he tries to hold this doorway to let his team push on in. He's got the Osa shield as well, so he should be able to walk up with this if he so chooses. Just patiently waiting for his opportune moment. The smoke grenades trying to allow their teammates to get into sight. Not only is the cross here, but the big window pressure has been taken off the board. Trade onto Ruff is great stuff by the Glaz as we leave ourselves in this 2v2 situation. No plant denial left now, but this is that black reinforcement coming in clutch for the defense. They can't work their way into sight unless they cross these head holes that Made Kings have made. As Loz is going to find one to Nono as he finds both to shut things down and to finally get Made Kings onto the board as they take a 6-1 scoreline. But a great start to their defense. Considering it's do or die time, that's great things coming out from Made King. I think the strategy of having someone lurking below has done really, really well. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of utility. More importantly, they got bodies off that lurk game below as well. So really good stuff from Made Kings coming out here to allow to keep themselves in the game. The question is going to be, can they keep up this performance? They need to win every round from here on out to send us into overtime. So we've seen Valour Esports do it. Now it's the time for Made Kings to do the same. And I love the fact we have a clash. This operator, since the rework, has been terrorizing lobbies everywhere. So really nice to see that Made Kings are leaning into an operator that's extremely strong at the moment. Backed up by the Goyo and the Jaeger can be a really good combination of operators to waste a lot of time on these extensions that we've seen both teams leaning into. Made Kings, if they can keep wasting the time, if they can keep making Valour Esports not be able to take the map control they need, then we might just see a comeback looming over the horizon. But Valour Esports, they are going to be locking in for this cross take, just like Mad Kings were doing. But I love the combination of operators that Valour Esports have brought in. They have a Ying, a Capital, and a Dokkaebi to deal with this extension. They should get full info off the Doki calls. They have the fire and the smokes to push back the Made Kings extension, as well as Nono to cause chaos when they do choose to make that extension. Framework is one tap in off this crazy angle seen by Made Kings here. Normally this angle massively favours the defense, but Castle being forced off the angle very early here by the little pre-fire coming in from where they will coming in from Framework. That was a tongue twister and a half. But Roth just happy to sit in this spot for now, as not really a whole lot of pressure being applied to him. But as this geisha wall does get opened up, he's going to make the smart decision to fall back towards site and take this fight another day. So with about a minute 30, minute 20 left on the clock by the time we get full control over this, Valour Esports finding 2 entries to kick them off, as Azami and Goyo falling deep in sight is not going to be the way Made Kings wanted to start this round out. As Nono's going to take a little bit of damage, but just from that initial control, Valour Esports using it to punish the long lines of sight that Made Kings have been holding on to, as looking to get aggressive is the side of Man here, as he's got to find this fight, alleviate the pressure from the breach, but not being able to find his shots either. So in this little middle phase of the round, Valour Esports have done a much better job of converting the control into an advantage, as the final few players of Mad Kings just tucked into the various parts of sight, trying to hold on for dear life to keep themselves in this game. Roth is now pinned into this corner. The Ying Candelas are going to start to fly out to put pressure on this person. The firebolt being caught. He's going to run through the fire, and that's just not going to be the play, as he takes himself off the board, leaving us in a 4v2 situation now. Mao will find one back, however, with the Jaeger gun, which is great work. He's got 3 more bodies to find. Hopefully his teammate can help him, but the Clash is left all alone in the 4v1 situation. Nono running across into the site to hopefully get that kit down. Clash tagged to low HP. All 3 teammates pinning him into position, as that's going to be a speedy 7-1 skyscraper for the side of Valour Esports, as they, in dominant fashion, secure themselves a spot in the semi-final. That was a little bit of a speed run, I think is fair to say, as Valour Esports absolutely showing off their skills in this first game. I don't know what to say. Valour Esports You naughty boys, just absolutely terrorizing the side of Made Kings here, as that's going to be Made King. That's going to be the end of their tournament, which is not what they were hoping for, but unfortunately outclassed by the side of Valour Esports. And that's going to be the end of Made Kings' run. So we should be able to get our next quarterfinal ready for you, which is going to be, it's not the Turks anymore because they've joined an org, but it's going to be, if I go back to our match schedule, it's going to be Turks LFO versus, I really need someone to help me figure out how to say this. It's going to be Idit Gazui. I'm really hoping I'm saying this the way it's supposed to be said. Adita Gazui, thank you, Nanas, is how it's actually said. So now that I actually know how to say this, we can actually call them by their right name, Adita Gazui. Right, in an English accent, it just doesn't sound right. But that's going to be the next game we're going to have coming up for you guys. So let's get everything ready for this game. So let's change all the UI and everything like that to get this game all set for you guys. But I have big news. Turks have found an org. They've joined a Turkish org called Boostgate, which is really, really cool. So they're going under the banner of Boostgate now rather than Turks LFO. I still love calling them the Turks, obviously full Turkish roster. They've been together for a long, long time, looking for success in the T4 scene, potentially looking to make it in the T2 scene as well. They haven't been able to perform recently, but we've always got our eyes out for them, which is great to see. But it is going to be Boostgate versus Edit Gazui coming up next for you guys. We're on a rolling schedule here, so as soon as we get all the players into lobby, we should be good to go. So let's set this as our next game. And then after that, it's going to be our TBD semi-final, I believe. Cool. So everything should be hopefully updated now. So if we go to the, let's send this back to me for a sec. And then if we go to the match overview, we should have, yes, we do. Everything's updated. Lovely stuff. So yeah, straight on into the next quarterfinal. Let's just make sure everybody from both of these teams understands their match is coming up next. As I think we're literally almost ready to go. Yeah, we've got everyone in lobby. We are good to go. So let's blitz through the lineups quickly for both of these teams, and then we'll get straight into the next game. So obviously Valour Esports. Ooh, hang on a minute. This is the team we just watched. 2 seconds, guys. Let's take a look at the right lineup. There we go. This is the lineup for the Turks. They've obviously had a 100% win rate in this tournament as well. Their best map being Border. We've seen before in previous tournaments how well the Turks can play on Border. It's one of their favourite maps in the game. They are absolutely clinical when it comes to Border. They can play really, really well when it comes to that map. It's just one of their favourites, to be honest. They've just been cooking on it for a long, long time, so they just really know what they're doing on this map. If we get Border coming out in this game, I would be very, very worried for our other team. But Salim the Dream, these are a lot of the guys in this roster you're going to know and love. You're going to have seen them before. There's not much more to say. It's a very established roster that have been together a long, long time. So let's take a look at the lineup coming in for our opponents that are going to be going up against the Turks. So for the side of Edit Gazui, we've got a real mix of nationalities in this lineup. A couple of Germans, I believe that's a Ukrainian, and a couple of Russians as well. So a very, very mixed side coming in for this. Their favourite map is also Border. So we could have a really spicy Border game coming up. That'll be a really nice contrast to the Sky game that we just had, which will be really, really cool. Lair being the worst map for Edit Gazui here. But yeah, I unfortunately don't recognise anybody on the side of Edit Gazui, which is a bit unfortunate. I'd love to talk more about this roster, but I believe this will be the first time watching this roster play for me, which is really cool. So we are pretty much almost good to go. Let's just take a look at the map veto as well, as the map bans are still happening, which is quite cool. So Turks banning out Bank to start things off with. Chalet is going to be taken off the board as well. Cafe also being taken off the board. No Lair today for all the Lair fans in chat. Let me know in the chat if you are a fan of Lair, since it's come into the competitive map pool. I know it's a lot of people have a love-hate relationship when it comes to Lair. No Clubhouse or Sky either. So a lot of the more standard maps not being available in to be played as best of one to find our second group of semi-finalists. As let's just give this a refresh. As we're still waiting on the bans actually. Which two maps are left? Take a guess in the chat on which map we're going to get. Let's work out which maps are left. I believe Labs is still available. So it's going to be Labs or... What's the last map? Consulat's been taken out. Relay's been taken out. My brain is just going to melt. We'll have to wait and see. When the bans do come in, we'll have to wait and see on who the... What the map's going to be. So while we're waiting for this ban to come in, what map do you want to see? Because it's Labs or... This is killing me that I can't figure out what the last map is. So we have Bank, Chalet, Cons, Labs, Cafe. Cafe. This is shocking as a caster. I don't know the full map pool. So we'll have to wait and see what the bans are going to be, as these guys are really taking their time to figure out what they want the bans to be. So let's jump over to this while we wait for those bans to come in. I'm just going to check on how we're doing lobby-wise as well. So yeah, it looks like we're just waiting on the Turks to confirm that they're happy to get the game going, and then we will get the game underway. We might jump just to a short break while we're waiting for this for players to confirm that we can start this game early, as we did see an absolute speed run from the side of Valour. So I think we'll jump to a short break just while we're confirming that the Turks are happy to play, and as soon as we get that confirmation, we'll be back to cover all the action. In the meantime, we did find out which map we're playing, which is really cool. It was Border, of course. How could I forget the map that both teams are extremely effective on? That's going to be the map we're going to. Can't wait to see the contrast on Border, an absolute frag fest of a map. As Iduit Gazui banning out the Labs, taking us to Border, which is obviously one of the Turks' strongest maps. So now that veto's been done, and the players are aware that this game is streamed, we should be able to go straight into it. So let's just get a check on how our lobby is looking. Yeah, seems like we might have just a little bit of a wait, so I'll jump to a break and we'll get right back into the action when this game is underway.
Alrighty, I'm setting up the lobby. Hopefully the players are going to be quick. Yeah. It's okay-ish. On the hotter end. Idę gazuj. Mhm.
Yo,
Hello.
what's happening?
Just waiting at the moment.
Yeah, sounds about fair. Let me get video. How did the previous match go?
7-1.
Really? What?
Yeah. Framework's team kinda demolished.
Yeah,
Yeah, of course he fucking is. The dude randomly made a fucking punch hole just as Amaru was
But you know what? I'm glad to be here. I'm loving some ELC. I haven't been around for too much, but I am interested in how it's going to be continuing going because we still have a lot of matches here today.
Yes, we do indeed. As I'm in a rookie error, we were on mute for the first part of that, but we're all good now. So as I said, Puffer Bob is back. We're going to cover all the action in this third quarter final, and hopefully, if you guys have got all your snacks and stuff ready, Puffer Bob, we've got this quarter final, and then we have the first semi-final, which is a best of 3 as well. Are you excited for the first best of 3 of the ELC Summer Cup?
Of course I am, because we love second chances here at the ELC channel. I mean, best of 3, a best of 1 is nice, right? We get to see maps like Border and stuff, or like Coastline, not Coastline, what am I talking about?
Coastline. That's a throwback. That's a throwback. It used to be in the comp pool.
I know, but I want it back. I'm going to be completely honest. I want Coastline back.
You remember how broken it was, right? Like when it was in comp.
Yeah, but it was fun.
Speaking
some legendary comebacks.
Yeah, speaking of maps, let's just go over the map veto once again for those of you who might have missed it. Let's just make sure the lovely people can see you there as well. So the veto, Puffer Bob, the map is Border, an absolute frag fest of a map, generally speaking. Completely the opposite of Skyscraper that we watched before. What are your thoughts on us going to Border?
I think it's going to be mayhem. I think it's a fantastic best of 1 because, yet again, I mean, people get to express their aggression. People get to express their inner intents, if you may. But I feel like Border has a really good place for specialized operators. You can bring out a lot of shield potential. You can mix that up with demos. I think Border is just an all-around testing area.
Yeah, it's a playground for all sorts of shenanigans to take place on. The fun fact for you, Puffer Bob, both of these teams we're about to watch, their best map has been Border so far. So how do you think that ties into how this game is going to go?
Well, I don't know necessarily because I haven't seen their past matches, but the only thing is I can say, may the best man win, because if this is both of their best maps, Border, like we said, it's going to be absolute legendary.
Yeah, pandemonium is about to unleash on the server here. As luckily, Puffer Bob, we have got to watch the Turks before on Border. They cook on this map. They absolutely cook on this map. So I'm really hoping that Induit Gazui, they can also cook on this map. Obviously, we had a 7-1 between Valour and Maid Kings in our first game of the day. It would be nice if we have a little bit of a closer game coming into this map. What do you think, Puffer?
Yeah, I mean, no one wants a 7-1. Again, yes, it's kind of fast. Yes, we get over with it quickly and we continue on to the best of 3 because it's a running schedule. But, you know, a close matchup is a lot more intense. We get to scream louder. We get to see the action actually unfold. And, of course, we get to see an actual rivalry between these teams before we head into the grand final. And I think that's a great setup.
Yeah, this should be good fun as we've got like 9 out of 10 in lobby. So we're almost good to go and get this game underway. But, Puffer Bob, if you had to pick one operator you want to see used throughout this upcoming map, who would you pick?
Dude is giving me a whole interview. Okay, who would I love to see? That's a really good question because I need to pick someone who's not really used in comp. And can I pick an operator because of a specific ability if it gets used?
Yes, 100%. Free reign on who you want to pick. Cav. You want to see a Cav coming out. We have seen Cav in Pro League before. It's not unheard of that we see a Cav pick come out. So you never know what these teams might be cooking up. Maybe a little bit of a pocket strat coming in with the Cav. It'll be good fun to see. We'll have to see if that philosophy comes true. But yeah, we're like seconds away from getting this game underway. But as I've been asking the chat, I might as well ask you as well, Puffer. What's the weather like where you are at the moment?
What's the weather like? It's summer. That's the best way to describe it. It is summery weather, 28 degrees Celsius over where I'm at, and thankfully I do have blinds on my windows so I don't get absolutely like burnt by the sun, but I can still kind of feel it. That's kind of the reason I'm in a bit of a tank top right now.
Gotcha. I mean, it's hot, but it's raining here, Puffer. I don't understand how the UK weather works. Like, we've had like blistering heat for the last few days, and now it's raining, and it's still hot. Like, I don't understand how this works. It's crazy.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate it when there's rain and it's warm.
It is indeed, as we're getting straight into this game. Border, the lovely map, the Fragfest as we know it. We're getting straight into it here as the lovely cinematic plays. So let's jump right into the action here, Puffer Bob, as we start cooking on Border. Just doing a little sync check as well, Puffer. If I go 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're good? Sweet. Lovely stuff. So the first bands coming in here are going to be the Monty and the Mirror. I think no surprises here, right, Puffer? Da, 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 da. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, Turks having basically no intention of playing any of the annoying shield operators. I think when we get to that third round, it's more than likely going to be a blitz coming in for the Turks, as I think they know how important those shield operators can be in taking the map control, Puffer.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, and the castle, it just allows you to have so many extensions into different parts of the map. He's not really an operator you would think of as like overpowered, but he's almost like crucial for a lot of strats, especially on extensions on the top floor. If you want to cut off like key lines of sight that let you rotate between different areas, he's not like it's not like, oh my god, he's so overpowered. It's just he's so commonly used, you can really throw teams off by banning out that castle. Puffer, we're in! We're in!
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Oh my god. I love the zero to hero strategy coming in from Adit Kazooie here. I love the fact they just went, we're just going to send it and we're going to try and catch them off guard. The only problem was the Turks were like open arms waiting for them to enter the building and just found all the heads, unfortunately. Like they just full sent it and just got rejected immediately because the Turks, they've seen it all before, Puffo. These guys are experienced, they know what's up, they had the positioning in place to be able to counter that really fast aggressive push. So this game exploding out of the gates already, Puffo. Yeah, the Blitz picked out but then switched off of, but look at the defensive lineup coming in from the Turks. I think this is the most border lineup I think I've ever seen from the Turks. We have a Legion, an Ella, and a Frost, as I think the Turks basically taking no chances, anticipating maybe the shield operator being brought out again, but because it's such a frag heavy map, all of this information at the end of the day, these traps, they can help you just win out these 1v1s straight up. So I really like the extremely frag heavy nature of this defensive lineup, Puffer. Oh! Yeah, they are indeed. As they're down another one, as these are finds too! Oh my god, this man's a demon! As he finds a triple! What is that, Puffo? And a timeout already is unreal. Bro, these are turning the Ella gun of all things with the comp into a laser beam. As he just made CC his home and was like, this is my swamp, you will not enter. As he just decimated Adik Gazooey there in that last round. And I feel like Adik Gazooey, they didn't do that much wrong. They just set up to attack CC and then just got deleted off the board buffer. But I love the fact that attack timeout's coming already. A lot of the times, especially in T4, we never see the attack timeouts used. Like, if you don't use them, you just don't get any value out of them. So it's good that Adik Gazooey have identified. Maybe they haven't woken up yet. They're not maybe as focused as they need to be. So the captain's made a great call there to be like, look, we need to put a stop in this. Let's get ourselves together. Let's get composed and let's actually play the game. Because right now, the Turks have just swallowed this game, and Adik Gazooey, they need to find a way to make that swallowing of the game uncomfortable for the Turks.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Yeah, this is a little bit more of a relaxed lineup on the trap side of things, but I like the fact that they're leaning back into the blitz. I think if the blitz is available, you should be bringing him. The amount of space you can take with a shield is unmatched by any other operator. I think this time around, though, I just want to see them be a bit more calculated in how they take the space with this blitz. And we traded a Legion for the Ram, and I think the defense does better out of this engagement. But the trades are coming in left, right, and center as the frag fest of the map showing its nature here as all of the fights exploding around this CC area. And the problem is we've lost the vertical gameplay as well. We've still got the buck. Luckily, we did double down on that vert. But Cade looking like he's about to be trapped into the small box here. Yeah, and this is where we've got 3v3 flat ground on the first floor here. But it seems like they've got info on this player hiding out in the workshop area. Oh, I missed! They did exactly what you said, Puffo. I think they did a great job in Gazooey of figuring out that the site itself was clear. The problem was they lost the vert control. It was the Azami made a huge play to isolate the buck above, and as the hatch has been opened, they made the line of sight on the vending machine, so although the C4 missed, they were able to deny the plant from above. I don't know why we're not planting with the Blitz, of all people. We've left the Buck and the Blitz to cover the Grim, rather than the Grim to cover the Blitz. Not sure what was happening there from Adik Gazooey, but it was that hero play from Azami that has won the Turks that round. He's basically figured out that the Buck's going to be isolated all alone above when the Cade sees 2 rush into sight, and they've made the smart decision to retake that vert, and that was their win condition to stop that plant going down and seal out Adik Gazooey.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, exactly that. Did a great job in that last round of just keeping the attack on their toes. But as we move back to this top floor, Adik Gazooey, this is their chance to make adaptations. They've seen 3 different sites being held 3 different ways. This is the time when they need to think back onto the first time they attacked Armory and think, how can we make this process of attacking this top floor easier? It was a massive rush that we saw last time around, where this time around it seems like we've got a much more structured CC take coming in from Adik Gazooey. So it's nice that they've decided, hang on a minute, let's just slow it down. Let's make sure we're doing things in the right order as they set up to take CC. But Thesa again has got something to say about it. Oh my god. It's the same position he got a 3K from in the last time he was playing that spot. Like, he was there. Like, when I'm saying you'll talk about the last round, what went wrong, you literally got annihilated by the same guy in the same position the last time you were playing that spot. So what I'd like to see Adik Gazooey do is just, you can almost bait the run out. They had the Nomad to stop the run outs being taking place. Just sit on the upside down rappel and bait the swing. You can work together to identify how to counter someone that's mechanically better than you. Right? Thesa clearly is like on fire right now. Whatever Red Bull cigarette combination this guy has had in the morning to gas himself up to just absolutely pop off in this game, it is paying off great for him. Not taking anything away from that. But as Adik Gazooey, you have to identify that this is a power position. You have to have people on upside down rappel or bring a sense, or you have to do something about this position to counter the fact that Thesa is on full confidence mode at the moment. We've seen 2-3 rounds in a row, they're just letting Thesa cook. And unfortunately, that's just not the way you're supposed to play Siege. And you're not going to find success if you just think, we'll just take that 50-50 and win it. So I'd like to see Adik Gazooey find a solution to this aggression.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Exactly that. Like, Thesa once again is just looking to scratch that itch, start swinging. But Adik Gazooey, this is a good adaptation. We're going east this time around. Avoid that area that we've been struggling to take and just get some map control on the other side of the map and just get established in the building. They've got east control, which is great, but they don't have any ranged hard breach. But the entry's going to come through for the Ash to find one. The trade is there from Boldov as they're just stuck here, Puffer. And Buck just walking in, punished as well. Yeah, with the lack of hard breach, they've still made it work as Boloff in the 1v2, but he's going to have to deal with all this vertical pressure that they can now apply with the Ram. And this is where Adikazui, they can just play the trade game, Puffer. Oh! Yeah, this is good for Adikazui. They've managed to convert that man advantage into a round win, making sure that the trade game, it got a little bit dicey as the drop shot does find its mark. But I feel like Adikazui are making it difficult for themselves. If they had maybe like an ace or Habana on the board, you can open up the radio wall. You can open up the fountain wall. Like, they still managed to clear these players out of the top floor, but it just seems Adikazui are not bringing the right tools to allow it to be easy for them. Just, you know, one set of pocket EMPs with that ace would open up massive lines of sight to make that east take easier for them. But at the end of the day, Adikazui, they used their pressure really well. There was a moment in the mid-round where the attacks basically went 3-2-1. We're going to congress onto this top floor, and they managed to find the kills and come up with the man advantage. So a really nice attack coming in from Adikazui, showing that they can work with each other to find success.
10 seconds remaining.
Reloading! Cover me! Looting ammo.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Reloading! Electroclaw is on.
The problem that Adikazui, I think, are facing more often than not is... Ooh. Just check the moss quickly if you will bang that, but no, we're all good. The problem that was not a problem. What's working for the Turks is how well they synergize with each other. When they identify where the push is coming from, whether that's East or CC, they're always stacked up together. Oh my god. What is going on? We have Adikazui sending 4 people through the same doorway, just being like, we are here and we're going to take this space. By some miracle, Adikazui have walked out with a man advantage as the absolute pandemonium in Archives has finally come to a close. But Salim the Dream has found one to tie it all even, as it's just pandemonium, Puffo. Oh my god. Is this a TDM match? I feel like we're watching TDM. Is this like... I didn't realize this was... this doesn't feel like competitive T4 right now. The site was bathroom, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think any player at any point was on the ground floor. All the action kicking off at the point of entry. And that's all down to how fun this map is to watch. I think on a map like Border, there's not a lot of room to bunker onto site like you do with Skyscraper or with Consulate. You need to be aggressive on the defense. You need to stop the attackers gaining entry into the map. And right now, Turks are meeting Adikazui at the front door and just shutting it down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, but I'm praying for a Deep Gazooie, right? I'm looking at the lineup they've brought, and I like what I'm seeing. You have the Mirror and the Goyo to waste a lot of time on the site itself. The Mirror that you've just seen placed next to Africa, you can pop that Mirror if you need to have the long angle onto the default plant to stop that going down. The Goyo, obviously, very good plant denial, wastes a lot of time as well. But then also they have the Legion and the Vigil to hold areas off site if it's not a direct take coming out from the Turks. A very well balanced lineup from a Deep Gazooie here, so hopefully this will let them start to mount the comeback
5 seconds left
as we
before
move through this round.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Let's get our heads in the game.
But I think the reason they switched off to Twitch is they've seen that there's no wall denial. They've seen that on Radio Wall there's nothing there, as wall's getting opened up already. We're already in East apparently, as Turks are going to find 2 to kick things off, and immediately Deep Gazooie punished on the roam game. Oh my god.
Loading the magazine!
Getting us money.
Bro, we are in speedrun central right now, as the problem for a Deep Gazooie is, I think it's a comms problem. We were talking about earlier in the stream how with the Turks, they're all Turkish, right? They speak their native language, and how much that can help with the synergy. A Deep Gazooie, however, are a real mix of different nationalities. A lot of nationalities that aren't primarily English speakers easier, and a prime example of that was on the CC side. We lost 2 players early to East, but the CC player didn't know that the Turks have made their way into East. We saw an absolute freebie for the Twitch, just shooting down the long corridor into CC, whereas Army really should know that I've just lost my East players, I need to now be careful of that angle. I think just the amount of pressure the Turks are applying to this Deep Gazooie side at all times is just causing their comms to crumble. I'm gonna pitch that as my understanding of why Deep Gazooie is struggling so much, because they just can't work out where they need to be and how they can counter the Turks fast enough, because Turks' pacing is just phenomenal.
Hawks in set!
Camera feed up and running. Setting down my +1.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Loading the magazine.
I like this approach from a Deep Gazooie. They've gone from a little bit more of a utility-based lineup into a just frag-heavy lineup. We have an alibi, a Vigil, and an Ella. Just picking ops I think that they're comfortable with, as Valkyrie will find 1, will find 2. Great work from them, but the alibi's going to fall elsewhere. Down but not out. Should be able to get him up here, giving us an advantage situation for a Deep Gazooie.
I'm reloading.
This very frag-heavy lineup is worked out beautifully for a Deep Gazooie. They've just trusted their gun skill to get aggressive and make things happen, and it's really paid off for them. And this is the trade game, right? This is where just pick a corner, sit opposite your teammate, and when anyone walks into your crossfire, you just trade it out. There's a lot of time left in this round for the Turks to work something here, but with Salim on 1 HP, it's going to be really difficult to get anything going. That's a beautiful angle held by the Vigil. But this is really good stuff from Adigazui. They've made the adaptation they needed. They basically decided we can't keep sitting on the back foot. We need to get aggressive and do what the Turks did and challenge the Turks at the front door. And in that round, the Turks just had no room to breathe. They lost 2 bodies outside of the main door as they were just making their approach to the building. And hopefully if Adigazui can keep that momentum going, if they can keep being aggressive and not get punished, we might be able to see a potential comeback coming into this game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Loading new mag.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
All reinforced. Swapping mag.
Yeah, I love the use of the pulse as well with the vertical play that's on offer on this map. But again, very heavily leaning into that frag heavy lineup. And if Turks want to counter this, they have to do what they did on their defense. Just stack up together and just make sure you trade the kills. As long as you keep the man count even, or the other thing you can do is just pick someone and send 5 people at them. Just try and bully this isolated playstyle if you can figure out which fight is the best to isolate. There's no one here. There's no vert either though, so I'm really worried. They've now moved a couple of bodies to hold down the site here, but the Aurora coming out, a little bit of a pocket strat. Maybe to hit this site direct as they're going to be completely isolated from the site. The C4 should be able to remove this piece of utility, but is it going to be too little too late?
Loading new magazine.
After the initial carnage, it is the advantage to the Turks, as they've got the HP advantage and the map control advantage, as that's going to be the shots from above. Pulse is going to be dropped, but Vigil, looking to get aggressive, looking to make something happen, will find that kill. The nade's not going to find its mark either, but look at Salim, he's going to be able to clean up both. Lovely coordination from the side of the Turks to turn a not great situation into a very winnable situation to close this game out.
Just these are doing the job. Everyone contributed.
Yeah, it was an absolute pop-off from the side of the Turks. I mean, they're the Turks, right? This is a team that we've seen time and time again be so effective on so many different maps. So it's just absolute phenomenal stuff coming out from them. As that's going to be our second speed run of today, which is crazy, Puffo.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. I mean, I came in here, it was all way too fast for me. I was expecting a bit more calmness, give it some time so we can nicely warm up. Nope. First round, people dying left, right, and center. Graves already dug ahead of time, and all these players just taking shots at each other. And in the end, I mean, Turks, like you said, at 80% speed run, they started and they ended it quite quickly. Within 9 rounds is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's absolute speed run that we've just seen there, which is unreal. We might have a problem. Everyone should be able to hear both of us. Puffer, can you talk for me for a sec?
Yes, I am talking.
Cool. The stream should be able to hear you. Cool. I think we're okay.
We good?
Let's do a little double check. I'll be very surprised. Oh shit! The stream couldn't hear you apparently. That I don't
All
think.
right, let's just make sure. That
I don't know how that's happened because. That's not good. That's not good. I'm not sure how that's happened because you weren't muted or anything during the game. Damn. Well, let's make sure for the next game people can hear you. That's really unfortunate. But what about crazy game that we just saw. But everyone can hear you now, so we should be okay. But yeah, the Turks were speedrunning, right? So now we can go basically into our semi-final for today. This is where the games get spicy. We go into our best of threes for today.
Yes, and that means I'm gonna be raising my desk. Now we're getting serious. Now I gotta start raising the ante, if you may.
Yeah, it's
Just give it a moment. It's very anticlimactic.
yeah. If you wanna chat for a sec, give me 2 seconds. So I believe that means our next game is going to be our first BO3, which is going to be Valour Esports versus number 1. What's going on over there, Puffo? Is your cat there? What is going on over there?
What are you on about?
What are you stroking to your right?
I'm not stroking anything. I'm raising my desk. It's a manual.
Oh, you're winding the crank for your like.
Stroking anything. In case you were wondering.
Bro, it just looks a bit weird.
Like it's only your mind that sees that. It's only yourself to.
There's no way that's the. I thought like your cat or something had like come and you were like.
I'm a cat lady. Hold up.
That was almost as funny as the chair thing where you fell off.
I can't. I cannot believe this. Too much.
But what we'll do is we'll just do a little check just to make sure that like people can actually hear you like in the game. So let's.
Nathan Abbey, I cannot change my hairstyle. If you're wondering, I don't know what you're going to do with me. Why does? I'll go bald. Okay, is that?
Ethan
fine?
Amby's not a fan of the trim. That's crazy.
It's not even a trim. I'm just letting my hair grow. I'm not doing anything with it.
I've heard the Turkish barbers are the best, by the way. So I'm sure Ethan Amby can like send you to like a guy that will completely like give you the best trim you've ever had.
Yeah, I'll go to Turkey just to get a trim. Good idea.
No, you get hair transplants in Turkey. As long as you've got a Turkish barber near you, you're good. If you need a hair transplant, then you have to go. Apparently, they do really good teeth out there as well, is what I've heard.
Yeah, and it's also expensive.
All the football players, they have guys in Turkey that like, you know, give you fantastic teeth. If you need like really good hair or fantastic teeth, Turkey's the place to go, is what I've heard.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's very true. It's just I'm not bothered to go.
You don't have the facilities for that.
I do not have the facilities for that, big man. Okay, wait, Valour versus 1? Was it 1? Number 1?
But let me just double check. We do have some time before our next semi-final. 1 second, let me just see what people are saying. I think the plan is they're basically going to start both semi-finals at the same time for competitive integrity. So we do have time to jump to a break. So we'll be right back when we have both of those games finished. So I believe both of those games are being covered on Kryze's channel or Devil Multi-Gaming's channel. Again, apologise for the tech difficulties we had in the previous map because people couldn't hear the beautiful Puffer Bob, which is really annoying. But yeah, we'll be back. So we're going to jump over to, we're going to go watch all the other action on the other side of the bracket. You can check that out again on Kryze's channel or on Devil's Multi-Gaming. So when we have those games concluded and we get the semi-finals underway, we will be back. So jump to a break. So see you guys shortly. 1, go.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We gave you a short break, but we're going to be heading into the semifinals very soon. We saw the quarterfinals. Turks were quite dominant, but it's still me. It's the lovely Amguns. And Amguns, as lovely as you are, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. The sun's finally come out, which is really nice. So I get a bit of better lighting without having to do anything crazy, which is always good. Problem is, it's still hot here, Puffo. I think everyone everywhere, all the gamers around the world, sweltering in the heat at the moment. But life is good, man. We've got an action-packed weekend of Siege for all the absolute Siege fans. Hopefully you guys have got Combine, ELC, Eon, and you'll have PBX tomorrow to watch. So it's an absolute, it's just crazy how much Siege we've got.
We've got a lot. This is a special weekend for everyone to gather around. And like you said, we're excited. But Amguns, what are we going to be watching into this one?
Yeah, so let's take a look at the team lineups first, because it is going to be Valour Esports. We got to watch their quarterfinal game against number 1. So let's take a look at the lineups first. So as I'll show them on screen for all the people, if OBS wants to work. Starting with Valour Esports. Obviously, we've seen these guys just play in the quarterfinal. Kryze will be their analyst. You've got Pangu, who's their captain. Vicent, Rexys, HMCY. Nono and Frame being the different players for this roster. It's just a pretty dominant roster. We saw them absolutely cooking on Skyscraper, and Puffer Bob Skyscraper being their best map. They've looked pretty good so far.
They look pretty good so far. And yeah, speaking about maps, Amguns, do we talk about them?
Just before we do that, I will make sure we've got the lineup we showed the lineup for number 1 as well. So I'll just bring that up quickly as well. And this is a very British roster. Very English, UK focused roster. You've got Porky, Bizzle, Appa, Piker, Yilmaz, Wise, Kevin Doc, and TJ. Lots of English players, lots of United Kingdom flags across that roster. And their best map is going to be Labs. And obviously, just to remind everybody, this cup that we're watching here today is a single elimination tournament. So both of these teams have had a 100% win rate so far, obviously to make it to this semi-final. But as you are completely right, Puffo, let's have a look at that map, Vito, and see where this best of 3 is going to be taking us.
Okay, I'm loving these maps because today we're going to be getting ourselves a treat. We're getting, firstly will be Layers, secondly will be Consulate, and then to the side our Clubhouse. I think I could not be more blessed. I love Consulate, I love Clubhouse, if we even end up getting to it, but Layer I have not been on just yet, and I'm excited to see what these teams will be showing us.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what these teams are going to be cooking, because we spoke about Lair earlier, right? I think a lot of people have a very love-hate relationship with Lair. I think I'm warming up to it now, I think is the way I would phrase it. There's a lot of similarities to Lair, and it's a really good test to see how much a team knows their basic strategy. Especially on the top floor, it plays very similar to, I'd say, Oregon on the Oregon top floor, because you have to get the main breach open, but you still have to have some other way of getting into the site. Mid-floor plays very similar to Consulate mid-floor, where you can basically hold verticality on the whole site. But which map are you most excited for, Puffo?
As much as I would want to say Layer, you said you're starting to get grown up on it. I have not experienced it yet, so I'm going to be vetoing that one. I think Consulate is one of my favorite maps. I absolutely love Consulate, and besides the fantastic rework, because God forbid the triple wall into the downstairs floor, Consulate is just an all-around jack of all trades of a map, in my opinion.
Again, both of these maps are not as defender-sided as they used to be. I think Lair coming in from Pro League is now a very 50-50 map. It very much depends on how competent you are as a team. The only map in this pool that really has an advantage to a particular side would be Clubhouse when we get there. You also have number 1 starting off on the defense if we do get all the way to Clubhouse. So it's also really interesting that both of these teams have chose to attack first on their opponent's map picks, if I'm reading this correctly. Number 1 and Valour Esports both attacking first on their representative maps, maybe looking to close the game out on their defensive side, which is generally easier.
Yeah, I think defense brings the comfort, right? you don't need to push anywhere. You simply hold it. You can play aggressive, and you definitely have the off angle of catching players off guard. As for the attack, they need to be a bit more cautious. They need that information a lot more direly than any other team. And well, let's talk about the decider. And I don't think there's much to say about Clubhouse. Yet again, it's a staple of the community of the competitive map pool. It's been everywhere. It's been here for a long time. I hope it sticks as well because, again, it's balanced. And overall, depends on what operators get banned nowadays.
Yeah, it really does depend on how the bans go. And they could, especially with the new ban system in place, you don't have to worry about the effect of your bans when you go to the opposite side. The bans, obviously, at that halfway point, do get a refresh or basically just get completely wiped. And then the opposing team can then ban to affect you. So I really like the change. I think it's really cool that we get 3 bans now. It lets you ban 3 out of 4 of the major shield operators as well, which is really nice. But coming into Lair, I think for me it's going to be a massive test of the strategy knowledge and the wealth of strategy that both of these teams have available to them. Because if you don't have that in place for a map like Lair, you can end up really struggling on this map.
Yeah, 100%. Again, Layer is going to be one of those maps. Now, people haven't fully utilized everything on Layer just yet. I imagine there's still spots for experimentation. And while we could be seeing that, in general, like you said, Layer played by the book. It's down to teams and how well they manage to build that chemistry between each other. As much as I'm also hoping to say that we're not going to be seeing another case like we did on Border. It was a very, very quick match in Turks. They had their run with it. But this time around, I'm hoping a bit more rivalry. Again, these are going to be maps that are built up with a lot of excitement and also have the availability for teams to actually get adapted, take their time, and of course, even potentially bring us to overtime.
Yeah, remember, these guys are now fighting for a spot in the final. They've come a long, long way since Friday and Saturday or earlier today, now fighting for their spot in the final. This is like the last hurdle, if you like, before you get into that final spot. So the last thing you want to do is crumble under the pressure. So hopefully we get a really good best of 3. I'd like to see some overtime as well. I want to see like a 7-7, absolute like last 10 seconds, free-for-all to close the game out to end one of these maps. That's my wish list, if you like, for some of these maps. However, it does seem like we're just waiting for people to get in the lobby. Number 1 seem like they're getting the T-Hunts in. They're really making sure they are ready for this game. So while we wait, Puffo, I have a question for you.
Oh.
If you're going out, like you want to go do an activity, what's your activity of choice?
Do I get anything?
Yeah, like sport, TV, like you want to go to the park, like what would you, if you weren't obviously inside doing Siege, which we do all the time, if you had to go touch some grass, what would you be doing?
Yeah, no, you're asking the impossible here, but if I was forced to, if I was, confined to the outside, terrible, terrible fate. If there's a good movie in the cinema, I'll pick the movie, but I will never turn down a good game of basketball or maybe something like it. I'm a fan of basketball. Not good at it, but it's fun.
You're a fan of it. Basketball's great. That's my sport.
Yeah.
We love a little bit of basketball. It has a lot of resemblances to Siege as well. The teamwork you need to be an effective basketball team very synergizes with the teamwork you need for Siege. But something we didn't get to talk about very much with the last game was that castle ban, right? Like, especially like in, same with lots of other sports, you kind of want to target the weaknesses of another team. If you're thinking about like Lair specifically, is there any operators that stand out to you that are like not like surprising bans like the castle was in Border?
Okay. I think honestly, I'm gonna have a bit of a wild take with this one, but Alibi.
You think Alibi is a good ban?
I don't think it's necessarily a good ban, but it's not something that would catch me off guard too much. I would like to see it. I feel like either picking the Alibi or banning her. Now, in general, she's not a strong operator, but I have seen her so commonly played on this map outside of the competitive scene just because of how comfortable the operator is. Now, normally people go for the Ella, people go for characters such as her because, again, I feel like the Alibi brings everything. And of course, with how many head holes, with how many cheeky spots you have on this map that are, yet again, still unexplored, the Alibi can really gather some sort of details. But, there's Alibi, I'm giving it like a 5% chance that it's actually getting banned. Probably 0.
Okay. Because, like, if I was going to go for, like, an unorthodox defensive pick, like a little pocket strat, like, obviously, Zami, Mira, Like, we don't see a lot of Valkyrie banned out on Lair. I feel like Valkyrie's quite an out of the way one, because like obviously we have Fenrir, Azami, Mira are your normal ones. Cade is like up there as well. Tabaro's up there. You don't really see that. Normally leaves Valkyrie open a lot of the time. But I think now that we have that 3-ban tactic, you can get rid of the 2 of the strong ones, and then maybe if you find that like verticality becomes a problem, that Valkyrie becomes a really good ban, because we see a lot of play from below with the C4s. Solis is a really interesting one if you want to go for some or Pulse as well. We see a lot of Pulse gameplay, especially on the from the basement onto the mid floor, as well as from the top floor onto the mid floor. The 3rd tertiary bomb site is normally bunks, I believe, has a lot of play from above. So even a Solis ban, we've seen a lot of teams roll on a Solis to be able to catch out teams that go for like a little bit of an odd spot. So the Solis ban can be pretty cool as well. I think there's a few different options which can allow some real like novelty strategies to come out, especially on a map like Lair.
Yeah, but again, I think we're not going to be seeing too much stuff go out of bounds. I think we're going to be sticking to the basics in the majority of it, because yet again, it is Lair. If people want to experiment, they can, but they're going to be doing that at their own risk and allowing the enemy team to even possibly pick up on an operator they might be very well used to. So sticking to the book is going to be my best advice going for any team into Lair, but at the same time, play aggressive while you're on the defense. While though it is a 50-50, as you mentioned, I feel like the defensive still has the opportunity that if you're confident in your gunfight, like we saw it on Border from the side of Turks, you can definitely get away with it a lot of the times.
Yeah, you can indeed, as at the end of the game, it's an FPS. If you can shoot straight, you can click those heads, the round's always going to go in your favor, as it seems like we're finally going to get number 1 into the lobby, so we should be able to get this game going hopefully in the next few minutes or so, as it seems like number 1 were taking a nap. They were just making sure they're fully recharged for this game. Puffer Bob, do you want to keep chatting, or should we come back when we get the action underway? I feel like we can keep yapping for a bit.
Yes. We've been talking so much about Lair. Let's continue on to Consulate. Well, I'm gonna return the question. As much as we could expect shields to be banned and ... what do you think would be a valid but unexpected ban on Consulate?
I feel like Tabaro is a bit of an odd one. We see the Cade banned out a lot of the time, because also you get value on the basement site. It keeps the hatches closed. You can keep a lot of the outside walls closed on the top floor as well. But especially for that basement site that can be notoriously hard to attack, I feel like the Tabaro could be interesting, because if you're going to go above anyway and clear the site from the vert, the Tabaro can just be annoying, right? Even if they don't bring a Cade, just waiting 30-40 seconds for that Tabaro freeze to go away can be extremely annoying to deal with. So getting rid of the Tabaro, which can be used across a lot of the sites, is a really interesting one. The other one is a ram pick. Consulate relies heavily on that verticality, so a ram pick would be really interesting to see. That way you're resorted back to old school tools like the buck and the sledge. You could get really fruity with it and go buck and ram, and then that makes it easier to also counter the vert with C4s or pre-place C4s, things of that nature. I don't think I've ever seen a team do that yet, and it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, because then you leave like all the shield operators available. But if you wanted to, that could be a really novel idea, to just leave the shields up and just get rid of the vert, and then when the shields are funneled into a doorway because there's no vert to help, that could be a cool idea as well.
It could be, but if you really want to be sticking around with shields rather than having to fight verticality, and even then, verticality is normally fought against or at least delayed to a really long time thanks to roamers and C4s from below. Defenders can also play verticality. That's why we could also possibly expect the pulse, but I would possibly expect the buck to be one of those picks as well, because, as much as you talk it, ram and buck are going to be fantastic for the downside, or the downstairs floor, basement being that. It's what interests me most here is going to be the top floor, because when you go for the default plant on Office's window, it's fantastic to have a buck come in from below, set himself up vertically for that anyone that wants to go for a defuse either has to challenge him on the vertical, or of course is going to be needing to go back down where the buck remains, kill him there, go back up, and it's a really rough situation.
Yeah, those top floor takes can be interesting to say the least. And speaking of those top floor takes, do you prefer the admin side or the CEO side? Because I have a
Oh.
mate, so Golomolu, for those of you who might know him, he absolutely despises the CEO rush plant strat. He's like just not a fan. But I think it's great. Like obviously on admin side, especially with the checkers hallway, it can be really difficult to break through. So the admin side can offer a lot less resistance. But like, do you have a preference? If you're going to call a rank strat, or you're in a comp game, what strat would you call if you had the choice?
If I had the choice in ranked, I'm 100% going into admin. I'm going into
Okay.
admin. Now, I'm not saying CEO is necessarily bad. I just say that it's a bit more risky. Again, for me, it mostly relies on the operators. Again, if they have Tachankas and Smokes and Goyos and stuff like it, I'm definitely pushing admin. But if they have Azamis, Warden, and Castle, then I don't think admin is going to be nearly as easy. So for me, it kind of depends on the operators, but I would prefer the admin side.
Gotcha. We've also seen Aurora getting a lot of use on the admin side.
Yes.
So you can lock off the projector door and allow you to push down into Checkers Hallway a lot easier. It's a really cool idea that I think is introduced by NA, which is really, really cool. I think that's where we first saw it happening. But we finally got people into the lobby as well, which is great to see. But yeah, the Aurora gives you so much like flexibility. A lot of those like doorways that a lot of the defenders keep swinging to slow your progress, you can just completely shut them off on consulates. That'd be really cool to see if we get any Aurora use on that top floor. But just to give people a reminder of what's going to be happening, I'm going to switch back over to I'll go to the half veto this time around. But obviously we talked about Lair a lot, we talked about consulate a lot, but then we go to good old Clubhouse Buffo. Tried and tested, goated map of the comp pool. It's pretty much been in it the whole time. It also got reworked. That whole construction area didn't used to be a thing, which is quite cool. But what do you think what can we anticipate happening on Clubhouse?
I'm gonna be honest. Clubhouse does very heavily rely on, I would say, counter bans, or rather cross bans, if you may. If there's going to be an Azami ban, Amonti is going to follow up with it just to make sure that Rafters is a bit more fair and balanced. If there's going to be a Thatcher gone, there's going to be a Cade. It's kind of like that type of symmetry that's been really sticking around Clubhouse in the competitive scene for so long. And I think it's going to persist. You know, the Maverick needs to be gone just like that, so the Bandit Tricker can possibly have a bit of an easier time, and they can still play on that top floor. Once the Bandit and Cade have left, players will maybe reside onto the bottom floor and such. But honestly, what we could expect, again, I think Clubhouse, as much as people have argued in the past that it's defender-sided, some say it's attacker-sided because of the breaches, I think it relies on the team. If you don't know Clubhouse, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a staple map, right? Like you've played it in ranked. It's been in the game for such a long time. It's one of those maps it's crucial, right? It's one of those maps you just have to know how to play. There's no way around it. Everyone should, from there, you know, any player in Siege, if you're just getting into Siege, it's one of those maps that it's great fun to learn at the start of the game, and it's just one of those core maps that's been part of Siege for so long that, especially in the competitive scene, you really should know what you're doing on this map.
100%, 100%. As for the bans, I don't think there's going to be anything special on Clubhouse, I'll be honest, because trying to pull anything special on Clubhouse leads to bad decisions.
Yes.
It leads to very bad things. If you leave out a Monty, if you leave out an Azami, the characters I've mentioned before, you're just giving your enemies an easy win. Because again, it heavily relies on breaches, hatches, and of course ground, which is mostly obtained by operators such as the Monty, such as the Blackbeard, such as the Tubarão, which kind of stalls it out and helps out the Caden Bandit. Again, bans matter a lot on this map, they matter a lot on Consulate, but I think on Layer, they don't matter as much as those two.
Yeah, I think especially on Consulate and on Clubhouse, it's almost like a pick your poison sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Especially with the shields being so strong. With the defense, if you ban the K to borrow, for example, you then have to deal with the Azami, the Fenrir, the Valkyrie, the Mira. There's just so many different options and possibilities. But then it's the same on the attack. You can ban the Dokubi, but then for 3 rounds, you have to deal with 2 out of 3 of the shields. So it's really a combination of which evil do you want to get rid of and what do you want to leave available, and tuning. I think the bit that is crucial to a lot of teams that we probably don't see enough of is tuning your strategy then based on those bans, especially because you control now all the bans for the attackers. you should lean into those bans. I don't think we've seen it through the games we've had today where people are leaning into it as much as I would like. But that's the key thing, right? You know you're going to ban these operators out, and it's then tuning your strategy around those operators. We saw it on the border game, to be fair. A lot of shields were still in play, so we saw a Legion of Frost and an Ela come out, which is really good to see. So I'd love to see more gameplay along those lines.
Yeah, 100%. But of course, we have Lair to go through first before we get any other maps. And you know what? As much as I want to talk about how I'd love to see also old strategy return in Clubhouse, such as Zofia tricking the Bandit Tricker, which was golden moments. I think that was the golden era of Rainbow Six Siege Esports. But in general, you know, Lair, I'm really fascinated to see how it's going to be. I'm absolutely interested to see how the first team is going to react to being the winner, because carrying a victory over to Consulate is interesting. And at the same time, it puts a lot more pressure on the opposite team, which again, it depends on the team static.
It does indeed, but looks like we've got 10 people in lobby, and we're finally going to get this game underway as both teams have made their way in. We're just about to confirm and get this game underway, so I cannot wait to get the first semi-final for the ELC Summer Cup number 2, presented by Devil Esports, underway. So let's get the bangers going if they start this game. I might have done that too early, because this is me anticipating we're going to start and then they haven't started. But yeah, I haven't seen a Lair game in a long time, as it should be a good time. Was it Lair that Dianic was going to? Oh, we've started the game. We're good to go. Let's get this underway. Let's transition ourselves into Lair. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to make sure the people can hear you this time, because it doesn't look like they can. So let's make sure they can hear you. Give me 2 seconds. Bear with me. Puffer. They can't hear you, by the way, Puffer, so give me 2 secs. They can't hear you. Wait 1 second. Just bear with me and I'll make it so they can hear you. 2 secs. 1 second. Let's make sure they can hear you. 2 secs. Bear with me to make sure we're good. Yeah, we will do. Yeah, we will do. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
Okay, now the people can hear you. So...
Hello!
Hey, we got Puffer back. We're good. Yeah, the people can hear you now, so we should be all set. So let's just do a little check quickly. So 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31.
We're good.
Okay, sweet. Okay, people can hear Puffer Bob. We're good to go. So let's get this underway. So the bans, let's touch on them quickly because we didn't get a chance as they were happening. Double hard breach ban coming out from Valour Esports. What do you think, Puffer?
I think it's very valid. I think on a side like this, like you talked about it's going to be similar to Oregon. You need to get that breach, which again, for the side of number 1, we already saw the Thatcher pick come out very quickly, but they switched it over to the Buck, and are going to be forced onto the Hibana. Now, the one thing that Ace and Thermite do that is a lot better than Hibana is make holes that you can enter through. Now, for the side of Hibana, she's going to need to use a lot of pellets, and it's going to be mostly limited down just to views and angles.
Yes, it will be indeed. And Hibana being that ranged hard breacher, she's especially good for that mezzanine wall as well. You can open that long line of sight into mezzanine to push those defenders back. It's where you can see the castle playing at the moment. These castle barricades also countered by the Hibana as well. But number 1, the shields, all of the shields being left open by Valour Esports, leaning heavily into the Blackbeard to kick things off for us.
Drones up and running.
Aggressive from the side of number 1. Ash is going to be a bit of a comfort pick, I imagine. Although the Blackbeard definitely one to clear the most out. And for Valour Esports, as much as we do have that counter, and I am looking at him sees Oryx, which is a really sore thumb to put into the mix. But, you know, let him do wonders.
And I love the fact that we've got the Deimos and Buck going below. Pork and Appa just sending it below. They're going to be able to aid in getting the breach open. They're going to be able to dislodge defenders by applying that vertical pressure onto such as Framework's position, onto some of the different positions in sight. But the Bandit's not having any of it, Puffo.
Absolutely nothing. Appa's going to be dealing, going to rather be dealt some damage. Wanted to go for the vertical, but little does he know he slowly started to get surrounded. Some of the beasts from the side of Valour Esports are slowly starting to close on in. Going to be right around the corner. Thankfully, we do have a bit of protection and distance between the few players. But for now, Appa keeps on persisting with damage, and that's going to be the opening from No Meister.
And it's going to be Deimos that's going to have to take the place of the Buck, because they just haven't been able to get the bandits off the breach yet. Surely you just tear the floor apart with the Buck, but that's not happened. And it seems like number one really struggling just to get the initial steps of the round open here, as long as going to replace the batteries on the mez wall as well to look to completely shut out number one from getting anything open.
Pork sat downstairs while the rest of the team tries to make up for that. Pango not losing his life. Hopefully that's going to be kept for a bit long. The 12 gauge going to be punished. Wiz there with a fantastic pre-fire. And finding the smoke there, going to be a great trade-off. Can we find the second? Not necessarily, but the HP won't be comfortable. Wishing there was a dock stim there to support you. But number one, we are starting to lose our time. And we have Humsey coming in the back lines, trying to punish, trying to execute. Spots the hand, spots the player, spots the kill. And that's a triple one. And just like that, number one are starting to get surrounded like they were at the very beginning. They're trying to fight back against it, but attempting will not be enough until you execute.
And unfortunately for number one, it's just poor execution. The plan was really good. We can send two guys in below, but they need to use Buck's ability to just at least clear the bandits off the breach, because that way if you do go down, the rest of your team can do something about it. They can work with that control, as not being able to find that kill from the breach, as the Deimos will be down. The trade does come in, but that looks like this round's going to be done and dusted, Puffo.
Look at Valour Esports, they are absolute trolls. The second they figure out they have the fuser in their own hands, they're going to be shutting down every single type of entry, knowing where the attackers currently lie, and that rotation being absolutely closed off by the metal sheet of the reinforcement is gold at its finest. Valour Esports, they're coming out with a really solid one, especially in the end game. Even at the very beginning, number one were still pulling their weight right, but as it continued, it was only going downhill for the attacking side.
Yeah, it's exactly that. We have to get the breach open. There's no excuse at the T4 level that we can't get the main breach open. Obviously, Habana being the last hard breacher left, there is more reliance on maybe using the can openers as well if you want to get more than a couple of walls open, because as you said, the Habana pellets, you need a lot of them if you want to make that breach walkable. The thermite and the ace being crucial to actually pushing through the breaches you want to open. But I think number one just need to compose themselves. It's only the first round. It's not a major problem. As we're going to see Pork on the Blackbeard this time around. I love the fact that he's going to be pretty much picked, I think, every round coming in from number one. He is just that strong at the moment. But Valour Esports, I think, identifying that number one want to utilize that shield gameplay, brought a lot of traps in their lineup to try and catch these operators out, Puffer.
Absolutely. I just didn't like Valour Esports putting the smoke up front. Again, you want to keep the smoke for the late game. It still worked out in their favor, and the 12 gauge, that shotgun from the smoke and mute both deals a hefty amount of damage on a decent range at the same time. But if you lose that player so early on, it can really come back to bite you. Now, for the side of number one currently, like you said, the Blackbeard is going to be consistent. Use him because he's a good card. Make sure not to underestimate the power of a shield. And as we currently head into round number two, it seems like they're really reevaluating what information they want to gather.
Yeah, we're going for a warehouse take here, as you see 4 players of number one stacked up towards that warehouse side, and then sending Pork in to be the backstab operator. So not using him as the focal point of the attack is really interesting. But the problem with this basement site is all of these little rooms, these nooks and crannies in and around the site itself. You have toxin, you have missile. The crossfires you can hold from these positions as the defense are so strong. Normally vertical gameplay is the answer, but number one choosing to go very direct into warehouse. We'll have to see how they can force their way through this setup.
They have the potential. The only one that's necessarily going to be stopping them is going to be the shield, which fantastic placement on it, by the way. And at the same time, Nanomeister, with his Shumika, ready to chunk out all those grenades that can waste a lot of time, and has found this first difficulty. The Blackbeard here, they can burn him down to the ground. They just need to play this very carefully. The C4 there, he's tucked himself into a corner. Pork still lives, but Pango is going to put him down like the dog he is on a leash. Pork going to be first one here, and losing a shield this early on, number one is not off to a great path.
Yeah, I think the Blackbeard's just gone a little bit too early. So what you got to do there, just wait for your team to catch up a little bit when you can actually push up in towards that toxin area. The Blackbeard's just gone a little bit too early and allowed that 1v1 or the 2v1 onto himself. So number one now needs to problem solve to find their way into this round.
TJ playing it safe. Number one needs to regain this advantage, but they're not doing it correctly. Valour Esports have suddenly converted it into a 2v5 situation like that. Not a single player to be lost. TJ going to be making the first steps of improvement. A second one right through the roof, but Framework shuts it down quickly. It's now Appa. Can we truly fly it through, or will it be another survivor situation? In a 1v2, he definitely has the potential. The 417 is not to be made fun of, especially in situations such as could have cut off the rotation here from the side of Framework. Certainly wasn't there on the timing, and trying to close in on these final two. He does have the diffuser. He does not have the information, which is going to be so vital when playing against such players like Valour Esports, who currently, the Azami and Fenrir, have all of their gadgets placed down, meaning they are set in stone. The entirety of this defensive side is placed, and Appa will be a lamb for the slaughter.
Yeah, this is a nice little crossfire held between Rexys and Framework, but number one, I don't think they have the knowledge they need. They're not showing us the attacking strategy required to break down these defenses, as Rexys will clear it up. But like the other problem was they didn't deal with the roamers up top. The roamers up top have two advantages. They can waste time above if you do want to use the vertical yourself, but that vert is a two-way street. The attackers want to use it to clear the defenders, but the defenders can also use it to hold the site itself. If you just leave them roaming above, they can hold down onto you, and that's exactly what happened. Valour Esports' roamers, once they were told, look, it's a direct warehouse take, they made their lines of sight onto those key positions on the basement floor, and then now number one have to fight vertically and horizontally, causing just way too much, causing too much of a problem for number one to be able to handle.
Absolutely. Again, although I think it was a really major mistake how they used that Blackbeard. The Blackbeard, again, it's such a strong operator. The fact that you're letting him be in a 1v3 scenario with a Tachanka, burning him down to the ground, with a C4 right next to him, and that's not what even took him out. Valour, they caught me off guard not being able to execute him because he was cornered. That C4 was the easiest. Same goes with the Shamika launcher, but in the end, he went for the peak. He tried to fight back at his final moments, and he was taken out as the first. Later on, another false, another. They chained it onto the third, and just like that, number one had to rely on two players. Now, the hero plays were consistently coming through towards the end there from the attacking side, but being left in a 1v2, especially against the side of, I do believe it was Pango and Framework, is not the best of endings.
Yeah, and this is where, once again, number one, this is going to be their main opportunity to make something happen, to get an attack on the board. This middle floor is notorious for how effective the vertical gameplay is on the site. You saw the mute, Pango making all sorts of vert across this basement top floor, across this top floor onto the mid floor to allow them to hold the site from above. But it seems like number one, they're going to go full aggression to try and deal with this top floor extension.
The ink pickup, fantastic addition. Valour don't even know what's about to hit them as they do not have a certain counter to it. Just like that, double, instant, just pop it in, get that Blackbeard up front, let him tank the bullets while in the meanwhile Appa's going to be doing the cleanup job of it. Picks up the broom, that's going to be an opening here onto Pango, and yet again the mute not having that C4 for an extra against the Blackbeard definitely will be a saving grace for the attackers, but that certainly will, as a fantastic trade comes out in between. Number one are still keeping themselves the advantage, and currently they have gained what they need. Now they just need to find the top ground.
Yeah, this is way much better play with the Blackbeard as the pinch comes in from command center as well. And this is brilliant stuff. Rather than sending the Blackbeard all alone, he's got support this time. Him and Ying absolutely decimating this top floor. A brilliant read from them. And this is the aggression we wanted to see. This is beautiful work to try and take this top floor. The only problem I can see now is we only really have the gridlock shoddy to make the vert onto the site itself.
I think that's going to be sufficient enough since Valour Esports are kind of approaching number one themselves. And this nade, fantastic way to back him off. Even going to be in perfect positioning, some may claim. Trying to 1v1 this Blackbeard may not be the best of ideas as Wiz coming for the saving grace. Gets him on backup, one more remaining. And in a 1v4 situation, all you got to do is hope, cross those fingers, and start praying. Because God will not be helping you when number one is right at your doorstep, ready to shut you down. A lot of damage from Fork, but you cannot win against Wiz as the true wizard shows his spells.
Yeah, this is great stuff coming in from the attack as they just use the Blackbeard in his optimal setup, using him as the focal point of the attack to deal with that extension on the top floor. I think Valour Esports just overwhelmed by the pressure that number one was able to apply using that Blackbeard. They had the Ying. I don't think they actually needed to use any of the Candelas to clear that top floor. That was the biggest thing as well. It was just a sheer teamwork between the Blackbeard and the other operators to secure that top floor. The other thing I want to mention, Puffo, is Valour Esports, they were caught out by the couple of lurkers that number one sent elsewhere onto the top floor. Ash got a nice wallbang onto a player that was falling off from Mez. They spread out really well across that top floor to squash all the defenders into a kill box so they could find those entries.
I 100% agree. In the end, though, I loved number one actually utilizing everything correctly. They planned it out, right? Earlier, they were kind of going in, I wouldn't necessarily even call it raw at some point. At this time, they were prepared. They jumped in. Maybe the Ying was a bad trade-off, but they got themselves the numbers advantage. And in the end, in a 1v4, what can a player from the side of Valour Esports do than to try and fight off these numbers, which are simply overwhelming? Now, for number one, it's a great beginning. Yet again, you want to get this half onto a 3-3 when you head over to the defense. If you get a 4-2 here, number one, it's still possible, but it's going to be quite difficult, so make sure at least get yourself a solid 2-win.
Yeah, again, it's a very even map. A 4-2 split, a 3-3 split is generally what's expected of you on your attacking side, but the biggest thing I think for number one is just going to be to stay within touching distance of Valour Esports. When you start to go 2-3 rounds down, it can really start to mess with your focus and your mental capacity. Especially the last time we attacked this top floor, we didn't manage to get the main breach open. So this time around, we do have no hard breach, or we have 2 can openers, sorry, on the striker to be able to get at least something open, but leaning heavily into the shields here, as we have the Monty, the Osa, and the Blitz to try and force a lot of pressure and to just break their way into this top floor.
You're trying to really break it in, like you mentioned it. I think number one have been finding it a bit difficult to not only intercept, but at the same time get that post plant initiated. So what better way to do it than with an Osa? I think Osa is one of the best, if not the best operator to secure yourself a good plant. Put down the deployable, get yourself in a comfy spot, and just make sure that a C4 doesn't land below your feet. Even if it does, there's going to be teammates watching, I imagine. Although Himsy is definitely going to be one of those operators you want to look out for, as Pork is already down to the bottom of the barrel of HP.
Yeah, lovely work from below to try and deal damage to the shield. But when you have 3 shields, is it really a problem? The main thing I want to see now is with the Monty is, can we get some damage, or can we get an opening pick with all this control that we've established? With 2 different staircases being flankable, makes it a little bit difficult, but Maverick's going to do a great job, or Striker's going to do a great job of finding that entry with this control that they've achieved.
Yeah, Wiz is the Maverick from the previous round. And again, he's going to stay the Maverick in our mind, soul, and heart because of how well he did. You're exposing a bit too much of your Monty or their Rexes, and the C4 is going to be golden as it lands right between the two, not taking out any, but the damage is going to be monumental. Left down to 0, no finger to back him up, and number one have regained a really good situation.
And this is where the full hard breach being taken away. We only have 1 can opener left, as that's a lovely one-tap onto Framework as Yilmaz takes him down, but cheeky spot for Nono here as he looks to make something happen. The C4 will rain out, finds its mark as well, leaving us in a 3v3 situation.
Oh, and it's not even going to be either of the shields. They get a single bullet in their feet, and Blitz and Osa alike are the most exposed shields between everyone we've got. The Blackbeard can cover himself. The Monty, it's not even a debate, but these two, a single bullet, and they're going to be down, done, and dusted. That's what we're looking at here. Trying to get an entry through a breach that isn't even going to be covering a type of like walk-in situation will result to a kill for one. The other trade's going to be fantastic, but you being left outside alone, and Nanomeister with a shotgun up close, a crosshole with the thanks of Rexys as well, makes it practically impossible. You try to take out one, the other's going to be there watching you on, and the Warden, a perfect counter, gets one. The second enters in, and Nanomeister, this is the machine of the 12 gauge we're really talking about.
Yeah, they tried their best with the smoke to try and counter the crossfire that was set up onto them, but, you know, Warden with the goggles turning them on, easy pickup for him and Nono to close that out. But this is where I think Valour Esports, we wanted both of these teams to lean into the strategy of the bans, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Thermite and Ace being taken off the board makes it extremely difficult for number one to get access in through their breaches. That little hard breach hole wasn't really optimal for the Blitz to make his way through to apply pressure to the defense, and it just means it's really awkward to follow up your teammates through that breach, and it's worked out brilliantly for Valour Esports towards the tail end of that round, as just the access into the site itself just wasn't optimal for number one.
I'm positive to say the number one show a fantastic amount of quality when it comes to how good they are at shooting and how well they can really get themselves in that killing momentum, right? But their positioning is so disjointed. We saw the side of Wiz being in fantastic spots all the time. When he was on the Maverick, earlier when he was on the Striker, he gets himself on the spot to really cut off anyone trying to go for that roam or attempting to stab the back of the attacking side. For the rest of the players, like we saw, the Osa and Blitz were bunched up together, not trying to push and close that distance, which is the point of a Blitz. With a Blitz, you want to get that distance. You want to make sure that the enemies are comfortable, not sticking on the backside with the Osa, just waiting for a C4 like it's breakfast.
Yeah, the problem with number one in that last round is they put themselves between a rock and a hard place. Although you've got this pressure with the shields, if you have to funnel yourself in through the hard breach or like through just the doorways of sight, because you have no hard breach, because you haven't really thought what's the most optimal way we can get in, then it doesn't really, you just kind of nerf the shields because the defense can just hold those crossfires onto those doorways, and as soon as you go to engage one guy with the shield, the guy on the other side of that crossfire can cover his teammate.
Look at it. Hempsey's just going in, nicely swooping a bit of a damage, putting that phantom presence onto the side of Pork so he isn't feeling comfortable. And we are seeing players like Framework starting to adapt that. Maybe the side of number one are putting players in positions and off angles they might not expect them. But I do believe we saw one right onto this bottom door, right behind Framework. He's looking to challenge it and pick up this opening. So he does. Wiz is going to be out of the competition quickly after. Will be a follow-up from the side of Yilmaz. Has laid down. Pork finally gets retaliation for his two fallen comrades, but it's simply not enough to even it out.
Yeah, we're in a 4v3 with the Blitz on low HP. It's just seeming like getting into the building in this round has been a real struggle for number one. They just need to back up the Blitz, especially when he's taking these early fights. You want to be punishing these defenders as soon as your Blitz spots them out. But with this mid-floor control, they do have the Shorty as well as the Flores to be able to clear some utility on the site itself, get some vert going, but the toes exposed of the Blitz is going to lead to his demise as we're left in a 2v4.
Oh, poor Pork. He was so terrified of the Kapkan traps, he barely even made a step through that door, and the next second he realizes he's already woken up from a slumber. Framework woke him up. He's dead. Another kill for the count. Nicely back it off, and Framework has been an absolute menace on the top floor, swung every corner and gotten away with a kill on it. He's looking to repeat that type of performance as trying to cheek it around. There's been blood already spilled, and he's looking for a gallon here. Does not find the headshot just yet. It's going to be a lot of damage, but still comes out with a triple kill. And this is where the MP7 is going to be serving its due diligence, and time has ran out for him. But in a 1v3, he's done more than enough for his team.
Yeah, this is all down to TJ to try and make something happen on this basement site. All three defenders doing as they should, holding their crossfires, just making sure they don't give TJ anything.
Be careful here. Track settled down nicely, but the barbed wire is going to be giving your position away. And it's over. It's officially over. You can hope to walk through those fire. You can walk into the flames as much as you want, but you're not going to be getting away with anything more than just kills. As Valour Esports are playing it safe, Shamikas are going to be wasting about a minute and a half overall if placed well. And just like it, you simply have no chance. Or a DIY rotation, if you may, does get into sight, but it's far too late, as the only thing you necessarily have remaining is going to be the plant, but shotguns are coming out. There's going to be wall bangs to mix it up. And in the very end stage, we have the round coming in for the side of Valour with the score not necessarily being too good for the side of number one.
And what I think number one can do is what they did in the third round. So coming back to this mid-floor site, I want to see them put that constricting net onto Valour Esports. Right now, when they enter into the map, they're very predictable. They're doing very one-dimensional takes, which Valour Esports are reading into very, very well. The round when number one spread themselves out, they had like a two-man main push, but then everyone else was sort of on a more lurking role, is where they had a lot more success. That's how they were catching Valour off guard, and that's what I'm hoping they can replicate in this round. They sent the Blackbeard and the Ying as the focal point, and then had the Ash and other operators sort of lurking in to catch the defenders out on the rotations. I want to see more of that in this round. This is a big, big round for number one, as 4-2 keeps them in the game. A 5-1 split makes things really difficult for them.
It makes it extremely difficult. But number one are simply going to have to bite the bullet on this one. Either come out with this round, which as well, another thing that I haven't spotted out yet is why number one haven't necessarily pulled out a tactical timeout. I think when it was 3-1, it should have been more than obvious that they would have needed one. Again, you really want to have this first half going in your way because as much as Valour Esports and number one have only slowly started getting adapted to each other, this first map brings on a lot of pressure. And at the same time, going on to the second one, you have a lot more on the line if you are the losing team.
Yeah, you do indeed, as that will be the end of your Summer Cup journey, as you go 2 maps down, that's your game over. You want to be putting yourself on the best chance you have, and that's a great way to do that, is take the first map. But if number one want to achieve that, then they're going to need to find a way to take this top floor and then make use of that top floor to then work the site itself. They did a phenomenal job of it the round before, but it seems like this time around, Valour Esports making some adaptations. They're ready for this push coming in on this side of the map.
Letting go of the Blackbeard for the first 2 rounds and rather resorting to the Blitz is going to be an interesting pick, but, well, speaking of operators, it doesn't seem like IQ is going to be accompanying us through the rest of the round, as that's the first pick here. Blood to be spilled. Yilmaz, an opening one as well, and quite unfortunate as Valkyrie cameras will remain a lot more. Gersmod there, the Ella, an off pick, trying to push up quickly, and that's going to be a fantastic attempt, but you are completely outheld, and with no support from Appa, it seems like Valour are yet again taken and reaping from the side of number one.
Valour have adjusted so well here. It's the same take from number one that gave them so much success, but this time Valour Esports have held that crossfire. They've backed up just a little bit, so that way when this shield jumps into the window, they have the space to be able to hold that crossfire. It was lovely work from the 2 players on that side of the map to cover each other. They use Framework as the bait. He drops the shield, we get a freebie on that crossfire. So really good work from Pangu to cover his teammate to shut down this initial entry from number one.
Diffuser down. Appa as well, quickly to follow. MC gonna be showing no mercy. Now it's all down to the 3 and 2 letters, TJ and Wiz. All 2 players. We've seen it before onto the downstairs of basement. And with 1 minute remaining, I'm gonna be completely honest. Don't want to sugarcoat it, but there's little hopes to remain. You can play off of the greed from the side of Valour Esports, but they're gonna be playing it safe till the very end of this round, I imagine.
Yeah, they just got to hold fast, not really do a whole lot, as again, the hard breach, you can see, just not a lot of angles to work with, as you have to just use these can openers as best you can to get things working. I'm really curious to why number one have dropped the Havana. I thought they did have better access in with that Havana.
TJ getting really dangerously close. Swish trying to take his chances even when slowed. Gonna try and challenge, but the challenge will not be successful. Rexys takes hits for himself. Last one right around it, and TJ does catch one off guard. That's gonna be No Meister. And oh no, it's not looking great. These gridlock tracks can help you as much as you can, but 15 seconds here, you're outside of breach. They have more than enough information, and with the 2 morale being a real thorn in the side, slowing you down at every step you make. Drop some hatches, not anticipated. Does get the shot nonetheless, and time is running out. And at the mercy of the clock, number one won't get themselves lost in the sauce of Valour Esports. Can we talk about the Blitz for a second? I've been holding this in. He went in. All right, let me give you a rundown. The Blitz went in, got Gersmatted, and instead of staying in the corner, being supported by the Grim, decided to rush forwards and get absolutely melted.
Yeah, it's a lack of info, Puffer. They basically thought, the strat worked for us really well last time. They just hadn't identified that Valour Esports have read into it. With any plan, it requires good planning and good execution. The execution was phenomenal the first time they tried that as strat, but the second time, I don't think they checked to see how Valour Esports had responded to their attack the first time. They saw the castle barricade and just assumed it was the same setup, and they'll be able to find that opening. The other main difference is last time around, they had the Ying that pushed in with the Blitz. This time around, the Grims stayed on the window behind the Blitz, and not being able to contribute as effectively to clearing out that position the same way they did last time. So I think it's a combination of just not having the up-to-date information and not committing to the push in that last round.
And as much as I don't want to be looking into the past, because compared to the previous match we saw on the side of Border, this is nowhere near. Rounds aren't going as fastly by. Some of them are actually getting close, but the score definitely is saying much more on its own, with a 5-1 currently going for Valour Esports, just like Turks were either earlier. And while though they might be on the attacking side, we can take a look at their lineup, and they're definitely going to be executing a lot more and trying to counter out number one. The floors for the Aruni, or not the Aruni, Azadi, my mistake. And of course Nomad, because with how Valour played on their own defensive, they don't want to be served that flank aggression. And in the meanwhile, they're playing whatever kind of a, I would say, advantage they can as well. The Bravo is a fantastic pick here.
Yeah, I think moving into the defense, number one now have opportunity to play on the easier side. They can now set the tone of the defense. But this is where Valour Esports, in comparison to what we saw number one doing, is can they carry out the basic steps of the map, right? It doesn't matter what style of siege you want to play. There's certain things you just have to get done if you want to make your life easier, right? If you're going for a very traditional take, you need to get the breaches open, for example. And I think a lot of the time, number one, we're getting stuck at that initial step. But this is where, oh my god, what a shot from Paul. Let's see if Valour Esports can achieve those things.
Yeah, Valour Esports, you're getting served the platter of what you were serving earlier, and now being hunted rather than the hunter. It seems like Pork is definitely going to be taking it into his own hand. The blitz play definitely wasn't the best earlier, but now he's looking to get himself back of it on his own feet as Pango finds just a little creak beneath the Kiba barrier. And of course, Framework approaching very cautiously, not making much of a move that's going to be causing any sound. Catches another off guard. Number one going to be down one player compared to what Valour have to offer, and it's going to be a great approach, but not much movement is made from the attacking side.
Yeah, this operational control is now established by them as Pangu down but not out here. As the shotgun does find its mark, they should be able to get the res onto this player, but meanwhile Rexy's just hops straight in and he's going to get punished as well, as this map is all over the place, as Framework's going to drop as well, but the trade is there, leaving us in a 2v2. So once the dust settles, not a lot of control established for the side of Valour Esports.
That is unlike Valour. That really is unlike Valour. Just sending a random player for the backside, trying to maybe find a little loophole in the enemy's mistakes was not the best idea because they had control. Yes, one of their players was down, who ended up then also getting down again. Like, there was a lot of back and forth between these two teams, and we end in this 2v2, which TJ is going to be thriving off of. Still has 3 canisters with 1 minute remaining. Valour are going to be having a real rough time getting into sight here.
But the thing is, they've spotted both of these players out. They have 2 flashes and 2 smokes in pocket to be able to work this execute. They've opened their way up onto the default angle, and this is where if Nono on the cover, or Pangu, whoever it decides to plant, if they can use this utility effectively, they might be able to cut off these lines of sight that the defense are holding from this A-bomb site. They can tuck into that pillar and be safe from these long angles. It just comes down to how good is the cover going to be.
Pros and cons from both. I'm hoping Nono doesn't end up going for the plant as he holds the strongest opposition. Peeking away, Appa's gonna feel the fury of the glass coming in. That's a single shot, but not enough to take him out. 20 seconds on the line. Clock is talking and ticking. And number one, we need more than talking. We need actions to spread on through. Appa, the game changer. Flash is gonna be revealing and does get the perfect position. Tries to go for a reswing, but might be a bit too late. Finds the glass nonetheless, but was not able to find those shots. As now TJ without the canisters. That's gonna be one. A second as well, and Nono Meister keeps on going for the swing, clearing out whatever remains. And now with match point for the side of Valour Esports.
That is a phenomenal execute. It's really good stuff. They just took the time to get organized, right? Give the kit to the guy who's lower HP. If he does go down, you can trade him and still be full HP yourself. It's really good use of the flashbangs to force the guy off Mez, so that way they can cross into the bomb site. The just well-placed utility can just make your life easy. Glaz, his ability being used to full effect as he manages to cover his teammate, get that kit down. So really good work from Valour Esports to clutch out the 2v2 situation.
Attackers need to locate.
The seasoning from Valour Esports, again, they make it look like they're actually struggling, but in the end, they can definitely outsmart number one. They played it well. Again, I was really hoping that the glass wasn't the one who ended up going for the plant, which thankfully ended up being the case as well. And of course, with the perfect timing, they also got the flash onto the Melusi. They anticipated. They had the information like you called it, and they worked well with whatever they had remaining. They used up all the smokes, all the flashes, the gadget that was remaining, and of course, the Flores. He was out of drones anyway, so at least let him be the bait. wait for the glass to start picking up on kills, which in the end, the floors did not fall. It mattered not, but the fantastic job here for the side of Nonomeister really carried it through, and I think that Valour Esports are willing to give it a second shot.
And like looking at the lineup for number one now, the thing they can rely on with this lineup, it's very similar to what the Turks were doing on Border, is use the Legion and the Melusi to then double down on certain positions. When you get the information, the attackers pushing in from those Melusis, can they actually see the guy's foot here?
No, I think he's shooting the barrier.
Oh, there we go. There was a foot. We saw the toes very briefly. But like the lineup I think number one have brought, the main thing's going to be is just doubling up with each other, right? None of these operators really synergize well together. Like normally you have like a Jaeger and a shield. We don't really have any of those kinds of like combinations of operators. So it's all going to be about like, just can we trade each other and keep the man count even when the push does come in.
Napork is in a similar position, although a bit less aggressive. Mostly relying on pre-fires is a really good strategy, especially when you're going to be on that Zami with the Melusi there to back you up as well. Now for Rex's Brava, it may be a great counter, but Framework is doing the same thing he did earlier. Going in for the sweep, going in for the kill, and looking to K to change the course of the action that's currently ongoing. Number one with a great loss so early on yet again, and Valour are just thriving.
Yeah, they are just taking this operations area by storm as Rexy's this time on the windows. He will get one, and this is great pressure applied from Valour Esports onto this top floor.
Oh. Pango a bit of damage. That's change of pace. It seems like Raxi's going to be taking his position from earlier. A bit of damage not out for Appa's life. And almost got it halfway there. Gonna nicely back off. Number one need to work with whatever they have because they don't have a lot to offer up in the very end stage. 3 against 5. It's not the greatest information trying to be dire, but simply at the current moment you are outnumbered, and that is not a spot you want to be stuck in. Backed up against the wall. One player still below and not even rocking a C4. What are we thinking, Yomas?
Yeah, this is not looking good, but Appa, he's going to find one back to keep things even. But 2 out of 3 of the number one players stuck down below, leaving TJ to fight for his life. But Appa, he's going to find one as they do come in with the flank to leave us in the 3v3.
Trying to go for random floor banks. You're both below. You're going to be leaving TJ alone. I'm going to shed it, and just thinking about it out loud is absolutely phenomenal for the side of Valour. They know about him, they saw the shots, they missed him, and the defense gave themselves away. As now one stuck in a corner, Nono has a bit of an idea, trying to make an extra rotation possibly, but how Valour have found themselves in this tight of a pickle is honestly quite surprising. Wallbanks coming around, Yuma still finds a kill in the process of it all, as Valour is starting to feel the pressure pile up. Appa executes another, and Hempsey, with him being the only one to help out Nono, it's going to be stuck down to this final glass. Now having the diffuser has the opportunity, maybe smoke it off, try to go for a diversion, or find these ones. Those are the options you currently go for. Finds him off the guard, needs one final one, burying out of close. Well, let's see, Appa, he's on the wrong move. The plant is going down and he doesn't realize it. Post plant initiated. Nano just needs to throw the smoke, so he does. Gonna be securing his safety. Appa with 0 HP essentially. A single bullet fired in his direction and he's gonna be blown out of the smithereens. Valour 6-1, it's down to the wire as number one have been decimated from the very beginning. 30 seconds reserve, 7 of those for the defuse. And Appa, you need to move. That's something you simply need to realize. These wall banks will not be your saving grace currently. As he's laying down, he's been chilling in a corner, and you need to push him. There is no other option. He goes for the final resort, attempting to go off of random like Cologne plays. Gets it down either way. Does he have the time? Pulls out the shotgun, and yes, he certainly does. Appa, with pressure, he was brewed into the stone. He made it. And just like that, came out barely, but what are we thinking from the glass?
I mean, I'm not sure how Valour Esports, they had a 4v1 on the smoke. I think it was TJ being the single-handed site anchor. He managed to burn just enough time for the remaining players of number one from below to come in with the flank of dreams and keep themselves alive in this game. Appa especially, right? Or Appa, sorry, especially. Absolutely popping off, giving himself a 4K on the flank, and to clutch out the 1v2 situation is phenomenal work from him. So really good stuff to keep number one inside of the game. But my concern is, Puffo, especially in these last 2 defenses, we've lost players so early in the round for number one. We're basically playing a 4v5 against Valour Esports. I'd really like to see number one just maybe pull away from some of these power positions just a little bit earlier, so that way they can stay alive and live to fight another day, rather than investing so heavily into certain parts of the map that aren't even like relevant to the site.
Absolutely. I don't think this top floor should have been such of an issue for the side of number one, which makes it a tad bit more concerning once we switch onto the middle ground, even the basement alike. For Valour Esports, this is going to be a lot simpler because they still have operators such as the Brava. They still have a shield. They have all the shields for their availability, and they haven't even been needing to use them. It shows that Valour Esports don't necessarily want to clear ground by having a simple get-out-of-jail-free card, just putting a metal plate in front of you to protect you. They want to take these gunfights because they can know they get away with a lot of these opening kills like they did in the first two of the second half, and it proved really good. But I'm just hoping that it won't be too much of a regret that they could not close out this prior round.
And this is where number one have decided to switch it up. Now finally winning that top floor, opted to go for the middle floor instead of basement is a really interesting choice. A lot of teams favoriting that basement site as their secondary objective, but a very similar approach coming in from number one here, using this verticality on the mid floor to make sure the attack can't hit the site direct. You have that support from above, because you can also, very importantly, deny the plant from everywhere above.
Oh, look at Rex is here. He is waiting for the moment, opens up the castle, trying to fight against them all. Number one do seem to be putting a bit of a contention up, but they know their strengths, pros and cons alike, meaning they're going to play close with these shotguns, although Rexy's maybe attempting to punish one, not being able to find the timing. MC, though, certainly does catch on to the tune of number one, and able to drift it off. A shotgun up close, catches one, the second possibly to double down! Valour Esports, that's how you lose it. Pork is playing aggression, and that's what he's going to be arriving with most, as this is Symphony from the shotgun, and the Cellist not even needing information, still went completely flashed out, keeps themselves alive and intact with 140 currently. Look at how scared they are, still pre-firing. TJ hops out as well, and it only took, what, 3 players and about a minute and a half to take him out? That is ridiculous.
I don't understand why we're flashing after we've committed 2 bodies to this position. I really like the aggression shown by Valour Esports to try and isolate this side of the map, but surely we put the ram outside of the window and we flash alongside the push. Just the execution in a little bit of a wrong order there for Valour Esports, and great work from Pork to punish that misplay with the shotgun in hand to find 2 for himself. So number one dealing with the pressure really, really well, but a little bit of mistakes being made from the side of Valour Esports.
A little bit too much. Now you're left with only 2. Criticals may be great at this point in time, but what would be greater is if you didn't lose 2 players to a single shotgun player while you were all running with bears and hopes. Dreams alike down that hallway as TJ is going to be challenging Noto, coming out with a victory down that line. MC being one of the major damage dealers in this round, and also one of the few that actually got a kill against number one. Left with 30 seconds, and look at Ioma's position. This is going to be the swing of a lifetime. He gets it through, and now 3-6. It seems like the side of Valour is slowly being approached.
Yeah, it's 6-3 now. We are seeing number one hanging on in there, which is really good. And this is where number one, they can build some momentum. They can finally try and get themselves back into this game. If they can get a flawless rotation hip off, now they have the basement site available to them, it's looking promising for them. Because then they get another 2 shots at their first 2 primary objectives. And then very quickly it can be 6-4, 6-6 as they do ban out the Glaz. A little bit of a target ban coming in to stop Valour Esports with their little pocket strats. A very interesting adaptation made by the side number one to make sure that the Glaz is now off the board as well. That's definitely a target ban coming in for the side of number one.
I mean, you gotta get him out of there. We saw what was being done from the side of Valour with the Glaz intact, and there's not much of a challenge against it yet again. Of course, you can force pick that Warden, but of course, that will also be kind of diversing down your strategy and possibly even switching out one of the characters you may not want switched or may need in that strategy. So again, there's a lot of steps to it, but in the end, number one right now are off to a good direction, but keep in mind, this is going to be number one's map. Valour Esports here, if they win it, they're going to be going on to Consulate, which is their own comfort.
Yeah, this is where number one really need to buckle down and get some more rounds on the board. But I like to see the Porks bringing out the Valkyrie. This should allow some counterplay against the verticality that Valour Esports might try to bring. I think across the defensive lineup here, it's a really solid lineup. You've got the Goyo and the Smoke to really put pressure on the attack, when it gets down to those low time situations, you can really shut the attack out completely with the fire, with the smoke. And I love the fact we have a mid-floor extension as well. This extension should burn enough time for when the Appa's and Yilmaz's smoke and Goyo become really effective. This is what's going to allow them to bank into that time waste strategy.
Now, what you talk about loving something, what I'm not loving here is going to be the side that Valour Esports haven't pulled out a tactical timeout. Again, they have the advantage, they have match point, they can keep it to themselves, and as the Mira is mid-placing the shield, the window down, main cameras are not going to be checked, which isn't going to be having Framework's position to be revealed at the current moment. And again, number one didn't take a timeout, they got themselves back onto their feet, now they have to play flawlessly. As for Valour, they still have that opportunity, shut down this tempo.
And this is really good stuff from Nono. He's going to have the RAM to be able to go above and deal with the mirror, for example, from above. He can put pressure from that third floor onto the second floor. But in the meantime, TJ is going to kick things off for us, but immediately trade it out as the push comes in onto the mid floor.
Oh, both kills found in quick succession. As now we move forward, 2 minutes remain. A C4 there going to be nicely baiting, and with a combination of a flash, Framework is going to be dealing a double-edged sword there, trying to maybe leave Pork for a bit of granted. Although a swing here from the Habana definitely could be changing its course. And I don't necessarily know the information they currently have, but a possible swing there coming right around. You see, he's rocking the Deagle. You do a lot of damage, but you can't finish the job. He's still standing, not for much longer. Pork is going to be turned down to Lamb, chopped up into pieces, and now 3 against 4 Valour Esports. Is this your moment?
Yeah, they're looking to lock the game out right here, right now, as the entry work has been phenomenal by the side of Valour Esports. They're using these Doki calls really well, using that pressure from the third floor to really push these defenders out of the mid floor, and they've been rewarded with it for the 4v3 situation. But he's going to find one from above, making it even worse as it's a bit windy as Pangu finds one through the floor. And it's all down to Yilmaz, who's the hero of a previous round, to try and hang on for his team in a 1v4.
Must have been the win. I don't think so. It was Valour Esports swiftly coming by to take over the first map here. As, I mean, 4 against 1, what are we thinking? And we're post-plant as well. Yilmaz with the SMG-11 going to be simply hopping on for dear life. The shotgun is pulled out, but HMC is going to be doing much more than enough to finish what they started. GG's for the first one. It's not a half just yet, as of course, possibly we could be seeing a different result going into Consulate, but we need to see that result come from none other than not Valour. I mean, we saw Valour right now come in very strong, and I'm not too happy how number one performed at certain times. There were major mistakes, which, of course, if you're a competitive team and you see mistakes, you're going to punish them.
Yeah, one of the biggest things, I think the difference maker in that game, it had to be number one's attacks. Number one's attacks just didn't look as cohesive as they needed to be, especially that first round. Not being able to get the breach open was a big one. Like, you have to get the breach open. If you're going to go for like a traditional take, you need to get that breach open, and sending a Buck and a Deimos below and not being able to get it open is a big sign that you're like just a little bit lost in what your game plan is. I know the Bandit was contesting the vert, but you have a Buck, just tear the floor open and make his life miserable. And then that was the difference maker. Valour Esports managed to build such a lead off the back of that disorganization that I think going into map 2, that's what I want to see number one really focus on. Just play a little bit more together, go back to basics a little bit more, and just get the first initial goals complete, and then you can start getting a little bit fruity with it. Like, you can start doing some crazy stuff once you've got some control established over the map.
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to be honest, Amgans, I am in need of a porcelain throne visitation. So if I may.
No, you're all good. We can we'll jump to a quick break, and then we'll have the next map underway for you as soon as it is coming up. So all good, Puffer. You send yourself. You do what you need to do, and we'll be back when we have the next game underway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we took a bit of a moment there to just catch our breathers. Of course, donate to the Porcelain Throne, and in the meanwhile, of course, we allow to get these players back in and ready. We're going to be back on map number 2. This is the semifinal, the first one we get to witness for the side of ELC Summer Championship. And in the meanwhile, as we slowly head into the map, it's still me, Puffer Bob, it's still Amguns. And Amguns, how are we feeling about Consulate?
I cannot wait for Consulate, man. This is a great map. It's another great test of if teams know their strategy. It's not like Border where you can just go in and frag your way through. That is a possible strategy we might see employed, as number 1 tried that quite a few times coming into map 1. But generally speaking, there is quite a bit of tactics involved that needs to be... There's quite a lot of key points in the map that need to be taken care of in the right way to kick things off for us. But let's have a look at the bans. As Valour Esports, they're going to be getting rid of the Goyo on their attack, and the Deimos taken out once again as well.
Yeah. For anyone that wasn't here maybe earlier, Lair was that map number 1. This is map number 2. Lair ended up being in the favor of Valour, 7-3, 7-4-ish. And now number 1 need to win this map if they want to continue on to the decider, which will be Clubhouse. Best of 3. And continuing on to the bans, as you mentioned, will be Keed for Ace. I feel like this is very balanced. And I'm honestly really happy with these bans. I feel like Goyo, with how popularized he has been in the more recent-ish kind of zone of the Rainbow Six Siege Esports, Consulate definitely fits him.
Yeah, and I think Valour Esports will start with their bans. They're clearly making it looking to make it very easy for themselves, right? Goyo can waste so much time, and especially on a map like Consulate, where there's a lot of time waste before you even get to the objective. Taking the Goyo off the board is really going to help speed up that execute process. And Arcade as well, meaning that they can basically just rely on pocket EMPs to get the wall open on pretty much every site other than basement. We have got a bandit being brought out by TJ here, which if he can bandit trick the suicide breach, that might be able to cause some problems for Valour Esports. But with the Cade being banned, you can basically always assume it's either be bandit or mute on the objective itself. Let's make sure we're in 1080p here as well. To basically shut the attack out of sight. Let's just do another check, Puffo. So 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6...
We're good.
5, sweet. So yeah, that bandit basically, if he can trick that suicide breach, that's going to give one less way into the site itself for Valour Esports. So the Monty being brought out immediately, Puffo, on the Pengu.
Yeah, I was going to start mentioning how we don't necessarily have any shield bans, and at the same time, number 1 could really start capitalizing off of that opening. I would not be surprised if we ended up getting to see a clash. While already speaking about strong operators, another ban potential for the third one here from the attacking side of Valour could be Castle. Castle is viable on any site on this entire map, and also quite strong while at it, so I'm saying that he's still up there.
Yeah, and I really like the lineup this time around from the side of number 1. This lineup as a whole, it seems to make a lot more sense to me than a lot of the lineups that we're bringing on Lair. This is a much, like every operator in this lineup has a much, it's very clear what their purpose is, but Pengu, he's just going to hop straight in and get things going for us.
Oh, this is going to be really scary. CEO client side. While the smoke definitely is going to be pushing Pango back just for a split moment, it's necessarily down to the time wastage and mind game from the side of Valour Esports. They can keep on jumping in. The verticality is there, is meaning the second they get this post plant, it's going to be near impossible to deny it as long as MC is going to be leaving his life alive. In the process, though, the attackers are waiting for the moment to strike. It's going to be an opening with a combination of the Monty. There's simply no challenge, and Appa not being able to connect the dots comes on through as the first victim, and only one of the few to remain.
Oh, but the Buck's been traded.
Oh no, Rexy's is bringing them all down. It's like a deconstruction of a house, one after another, brick by brick. They're starting to fall, and this is the Wrecking Ball slowly starting to charge on in as a down by the side of Rexy's. A change of pace, to say the least. 3 players still alive. One of them is going to be on the bottom floor, and we see Wiz trying to fight it with the verticality, but the post plant is there nonetheless, and Pango being on the Monty makes sure that it's going to be engraved and stay that way.
The C4 is going to rain out, but it's not going to find its Marcus Framework. It's going to find one elsewhere, and the 3v1 situation is not going to work out very well for the Bandit. But the key to that round was taking care of Appa on the smoke. Lovely combination of pressure between the Buck and the Monty to make sure that kill will always be found. Even if the Monty falls, the Buck's going to trade him from below, and it's a lovely little 2v1 engagement for Valour Esports that they've taken flawlessly. Great execution on clearing that box position, and that's what's allowed them to steamroll into the site. So really good stuff from Valour Esports to kick things off for us.
Again, I'm not the biggest fan how Number actually ended up handling that because, yet again, I feel like if CEO is going to be overtaken, the first thing you need to prioritize is being downstairs and holding that verticality and not allowing the Buck to get it. But that's completely understandable in the first round because Number One didn't necessarily completely fully rely on CEO being the one to be taken. Normally, teams actually do prefer admin, I believe, but at the same time, Valour noticed that. They saw they had a bandit tricker. They saw that Number One really well prepared for this admin side, so they nicely switched it around. They went for the switch up, even picked up on the Monty, and just like that, CEO was a freebie.
It was indeed, and hopefully this time around they can send one of these operators below. Maybe you can send Pork below, because obviously his utility already been placed in and around the site objective. You can just become a gun at that point. It'd be nice to see him go below, maybe the castle as well. Have one player lurk from below or hold that below area, and then that way hold onto him from above, so that way they can't use the reverse verticality against you. But we'll have to wait and see how this round plays out. Dropping the Monty this time as maybe trying to switch up the strat and hit this a different way this time around.
Oh, lurking below. Hamsy's looking a bit curious with the Nook. It's going to be a fantastic opposition for anyone trying to maybe find a cheeky spot on the bottom and come in for the later round. Although that's where the denial from Hamsy is going to be coming up. Number One currently not having much of a clue what the plan from Valour Esports might be. Still sticking the bandit on admin, but I do believe that's going to be the only defender, just making sure that the confirmation is there as Hamsy takes very early damage and not looking the greatest, but with the help of Framework, things could turn around.
Yeah, he's made his way into this top spiral position as Himsy's just trying to be annoying by trying to catch someone off guard by playing this below area. But real difference in pacing for Valour Esports this time around. Really taking their time to get something going. But Rexy's being the hero once again. He's going to kick things off for us on towards that coffin side, as it is an admin side take this time around on this top floor.
And I love how they took it. It wasn't necessarily fully admin, right? They put a bit of an early hint that maybe it still could be CEO with the Flourish drones. Then they instantly overtook Spiral. They went in from below. They took out the bandit. Early damage onto Wiz and Pork as well. They're starting to drop down onto their knees. Not being able to stand for much longer. It's trade 1-for-1. Definitely good for the side of Wiz as he's able to take himself out. But Rexy's as well will be a fantastic trade-off. But the Sledge, not the best of prioritization. Ready to swing it out. The flash there going to be fantastic. Penguin going to be securing it. And Pork going in blinded as well. What are we thinking, Yilmaz? He finds one. Does he get a second? Secondly, not. Framework and Nonomeister finish the job. And just like that, Valour Esports will be yet again demolishing.
Wouldn't turn the glasses on would be my advice. But he didn't manage to do that. But I think number one, I think there was a little bit of a flaw in their strategy. They had they bandited off all of the break room walls, but then didn't seem to have anybody playing in break room supporting the coffin player. It allowed a nice little 1v1 for Rexy's onto that coffin area to then take that whole side of the map. And I think if you're going to invest that much utility into holding break room, you really need to be dedicating bodies to it. It could be the ghost pressure that the Flores applied onto yellow caused a lot of the defense to rotate away from admin, then allowing the attack to then take admin for free. But right now, number one, just being outclassed at every turn once again.
I don't know if number one necessarily realize at times what they're dealing with. We've seen the teamwork from Valour be absolutely phenomenal even on the previous map. Now, of course, trying to swing onto this lone Flores on Spiral might seem like a good idea when you have two people from the side of Long Disc, but the one thing they failed to realize was that they were already being watched, admin was overtaken, their players were already lost, and they were at a losing spot. And of course, they weren't able to necessarily process that in the moment, which of course led down to many more dominoes to fall one after another. Number one, on the defensive, as much as Continent used to be a lot more defensive-sided, I would still argue that it still pivots just a tiny bit more towards it.
Yeah, and this is really cool. Number one have decided to go Archives and Basement, which is Archives and Server, which is not a site you see very often being brought on Consulate. This is the site that's normally like left out, you could say. It is still very, very viable. It follows a very relies heavily on the defense holding the vert. But Valour Esports opting to go double shield lineup to take this free real estate very early on into this round.
Oh, it's so free and it's so re that you don't even imagine. Wiz is already getting away with one. Losing a Blackbeard so early on definitely won't be the greatest of beginnings here. Now, the continuation could be a bit more plausible. Maybe Valour Esports can still find themselves out of this loophole. Rexy's already taking a shot as he finds two. They keep on swinging without any information. They're attempting to go for these refrags with little to no success. The Monty, what a menace. Standing up to this pulse. Appa not being able to take him out. But what about the C4? He's in the perfect position to throw it behind him. Still trying to fight against Ghosts. But that Ghost is going to be none other than Rexy. Trade himself out. Still on the opposition. Yumza going for a beautiful flank here. The 416 could be hitting oh so hard. But he needs to be patient in the right time, in the right moment. The Monty spots him out, and this is where his life might be ending, because that means Pork is the only one left on site, and Valour could slowly close in on him.
And no, he's just been giving so much information to his team, and somehow Yilmaz has managed to pin himself into kitchen. He's going to be able to rip down the barricade. He's going to try and find his way back to site just to keep himself alive, but the damage has been done, and Rexy working beautifully with the Monty to take this space, and that's what these shield operators let you do. They just let you back down your opposition because there's just nothing they can do about it.
Absolutely nothing. Pango there strikes yet again. It does seem like the refract potential from number one is certainly good, but if only they had that from the very beginning. Monty is going to be teasing out this final player as Pork doesn't realize it. He's completely surrounded, trying to melee out the shield. The C4 there, not even realizing where he's throwing it, completely discombobulated in the moment and trying to find that pace headspace as well. The C4 gets picked up, and of course he does not care for his life. He could have been shot out right on the spot. Monty go for the plant, cross to be held. He has no information about the last one, simply holding him down, and look at the mind game that Valour Esports are playing upon this final one.
Why would swing?
Mercy headshot for Pork. He could still finish it out. Has the C4, maybe not the HP to back it up. The pistol definitely could be the final blow here if Valour Esports time it correctly, but you're revealing your head, and it's going to be popped like a balloon at any moment. Smoke there going to be fantastic utilization in the moments upcoming. 20 on the clock currently. The bandits is slowly closing down, but he's just giving steps, slow little moments, and sound calls. In the meanwhile, creeping around the corner. Monty doesn't realize it's a bit of damage. At the time he stalled, it's absolutely phenomenal. How are number one doing this? Going for the verticals, and he spots him. No, he doesn't. C4 gonna be there. He drops it on down, and he gets the kill. Pork blows it. Demolition in sight, and the first round for the defenders.
What? I don't understand why Ram is swinging. I mean, it was a great round from Valour Esports. The 3 entry kills Rexy's found is going to be all going to waste. So I don't think Rexy's going to be too happy with his team there, as that should have been a done and buried Valour round. I think that just a Ram, you just don't need to be swinging there. Like, you just stick the plant and you're very happy. So that's the real first misplay we've seen from Valour coming into this game so far, as that really should have been a Valour round, but a lovely clutch for the side of Pork, I believe it was, in that last round. So number one finally on the board, so really good stuff from them.
I am so happy with how Pork performed. I think the mind games he was currently pulling with his Monty was more than enough of a horror experience for the final shield player, as he didn't know, right? The Monty's going up against a really strong gun, someone who just head tapped your duo, leaving you in a solo position, and just like that, you don't know he has a C4 as well. He's been teasing you with it from the very beginning, although sometimes a bit more awkward, but in the end, it's the thought that matters, and really put it up to opposition. As all for Valour Esports, I 100% agree. I mean, could have just held the position and waited for the bandit to walk into your line of sight, but then he decided to do the vice versa, which ended up with a round being lost.
Yeah, it was crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. But this is Valour Esports, right? It's consulate at the end of the day. I think in this matchup that we've got between these two teams, if Valour Esports can take 3 to 4 attacks, it might be looking slightly Jova for number one. It's never over until it's over, but from what we saw of number one from the first map, I'm a little bit worried with how convincingly Valour are taking these attacks. They seem to be very well drilled. They seem to have a very clear purpose in mind on how they want to carry these attacks out. And I'd like to see more of a response from number one. Just stack up together a bit more. Don't make it as easy for Valour Esports to walk over you.
Yeah, that has been the case for a bit of rounds now, and not just from this map as well, and not talking about players alone, we're talking about strategy. The exothermic will be denied quite quickly, and even though still going to be going for the breach, can we deny it? Yes, we certainly can, but the Twitch, look at what they're doing! No one's holding it down, and all the batteries are now gone, allowing Valour Esports to get the easiest breach possible, and like Thermite would say, one big hole coming right up.
Right, we can't be making it this easy, Puffo. Like, surely it's not that hard just to have two site anchors, one to trick the wall, one to back up the bandit. Like, Twitch, Pangu single-handedly doing God's work, countering Appa completely. It can be that easy, folks, to counter a bandit trick. You just bring a Twitch and pray the bandit doesn't know what he's doing. That's crazy work from number one to let the breach get open that easily.
Yeah, Valour Esports, they have had their cuts tied. Currently, one for another. It does seem like Valour still come out with it as they pushed on backline server. And look at how number one were so distracted. They kept on pushing into the lone players from the attacking side. Little do they realize an entire strategy has been evolving right beneath their very noses. Framework is putting in the work. Wiz trying to come out from topside, a little late to the party. And the plant about to go down at any moment with the breach open. He's completely confused. What were his teammates doing? Number one relying on the final 3-1 about to be imminent in any moment. Yes, they have some information, but look at the numbers you're working against.
Yeah, Valour Esports have just found the kills everywhere. The Yin Candela coming out as well as make Wise's life extremely difficult as he's now completely cut out of the site as Himsy's going to find that final kill. But Valour Esports just spread themselves across the site, and unfortunately for the defenders, they've swung straight into the trap. And Valour Esports, just the kill feed all blue, kills left, right, and center for them.
It's phenomenal, really. The strategy from Valour, I don't know if that was necessarily intentional or a trap set up in the very first place, but the side of number one kept on pushing. Not only did they really try to keep the bandit on the trick, but no one supported him. Again, like you mentioned, the Twitch, someone could have held the drone, someone could have destroyed both of them, as when the first one already destroys 2 batteries. What will happen if the rest are destroyed? Well, that's what we witnessed. The easiest to breach, because the bandit can definitely work with 1 battery at least, right? You can still kind of trick with a single battery if you have the sound calls from the thermite on the other side when he places down the exothermic. But if the Twitch destroys both of them, the bandit is occupying with doing his job and no one's supporting him, while a Capcan is in Visa trying to go for pre-fires while the site is being overtaken. It's just not a good look.
Yeah, it's not a good look at all. But it's not over yet, right? We're only 4 rounds in.
Yeah.
Still 2 rounds on the defense left. And this is where number one can turn around. This is the first time we're going to be heading to the piano site. I feel like I'm saying, sounding like a broken record, but just like Lair, this site is completely vertical dependent. You see so many people investing utility to hold above because there is nowhere safe to plant on this bomb site that it can't be visible from above. There's lots of vert to be made. There's lots of different angles to be held from above onto the site itself. So we should be seeing Valour Esports find a way to deal with this vertical pressure.
Now, as we saw our lovely observer pull up the scoreboard for a moment, I do want to give credit where credit is due. Rexy's has been putting in the work. 8 kills in the 4 rounds, meaning he averages about 2 per round at the current moment. And speaking of Rexy's, the caster curse is going to be hitting him at its finest. Number one, I gave you a buff. Pork is going to be taken out with that C4 and a destructive entrance, to say the very least. As now Valour Esports, you said this is the time for number one to turn it around. I think maybe it will be so.
Yeah, I'm really hoping number one can get themselves together. They can repel what have been very clinical attacks from Valour Esports. And I like the lineup too. You've brought the Jaeger to protect the mirror, Valkyrie for those vertical C4s as well. A lot of castle being used to cut off those key lines of sight from the outside pressure. So I like what I'm seeing from number one here, as this is the start they needed. Finding 2 entries for themselves as Appa shuts down 1, shuts down 2 in lobby. So great work from him to finally get number one some momentum.
Whoa, oh, there we go. Framework finally. But look at that HP. He's rocking number one. Where is this gameplay we've been seeing? But don't let it go just yet. You've already held on to such a strong position. Do not let go of this grasp. Please, for the love of God. No, gets a shot onto the top. Pork is going to be another one. Left for the slaughter plant going down, and we need to deny it. The cross not being held correctly, and Wiz making himself more than audible. A single shot will be able to take out Framework. We have to keep in mind the Nonomeister still stands, and Framework certainly doesn't. TJ gives him a good old nail in the coffin as 2 against 1 post plant. Nono has the position, doesn't have the utility, and tries to play it safe when going for the defuse. Pre-fire won't be there. Hipfire being a reliable actor, and Wiz shutting off the stage.
This is a great round. As I don't know how Framework evens it out, but he finds 2 to make it a 2v2, but the post-plant situation not favouring the attackers, as number one come in with a great retake to allow them to move 3-2 up. And I think if they can get a 3-3 split here, that's going to be really good for them moving into their attack. I'm really hoping they can get their attacks together as well. The question is going to be, is that 3-3 split enough? But if they go 4-2 down, can they keep their mental in check to keep fighting to take us to that map 3?
It was getting a bit close. I feel like they got themselves a good beginning, like you said. But towards the end, a bit distracted, a bit too close for comfort, because a Framework managed to find another kill just as easily as he found that escapeway into sight like a portal. Honestly, it was a bit close, but number one, they get this round. I'm still solid. They can maybe come out with a plausible second. As for Valour Esports, I think they're looking to fight for this 4v2 or a 4-2 scoreline, majorly because of how comfortable defense can be, and specifically because I think they want to use shields. And just as I mentioned it, there goes Nono picking onto the Blackbeard.
Yeah, I like the lineup as well coming in from number one. It's much better. Just one thing I will say is number one's composition across the different sites has been a lot better since we saw them on Lair. I like the fact that we're bringing lots of C4s, lots of information to give, lots of, all over the place. Lots of operators to give info to where those C4s should be landing, which is really, really good. But it is going to be a horizontal attack coming in again from Valour to try and negate that vertical gameplay.
Really need to find this early damage. No, they're going to be there pushing forward, blocking lines of sight or Xyz, blocking availabilities of swinging and finding the opening. TJ, they're going to be taking up the spot himself, as now he's the first on the pedestal. Can we find a second here? Number one already at a disadvantage so early on, and Valour Esports doing a strategy we've seen before. Now, this time instead of a Monty, a Blackbeard, just to show off that extra bit of aggression and a pre-fire. There's the head. Framework pops onto it instantly, and Pork, just quickly, nothing else than an NS in chat.
Yeah, and the entry work from Valour is phenomenal. Like, number one, unfortunately, are just getting crushed on these entries, but a nice little adaptation to use the hatch to try and slow down this push, but they're just using the Blackbeard as the spearhead to break this down, as we, with a minute 40 on the clock, already knocking on the door to get this execute going.
They're knocking, maybe even breaching. They have a ram in their hands, and we can see this breaking down walls, breaking barriers, but it seems like the only one broken is going to be Framework taken down. No, on low HP, and Yilma's not stopping him. See, finally putting up an opposition, but your diffuser is low on HP. He's struggling down on that bottom floor, as Appa and Yilma's aren't going to be much different from him, trying to get themselves on equal standard. The DMR here is going to be having a lot of value because, like I said, single bullet information, don't get me call it's going to be out, and the Vino 2 have no mute to counter it out, as now they simply have to wait, hope, and maybe get these kills.
Yeah, Valour Esports should know where both of these people are. The Doki call is going out, but this is where we can just play the trade game once again. You need to capitalize off those entry kills that you had earlier into the round. Nono somehow find a way to rotate up, and this is when they can start to look to get the kit down. If they've dealt with these Valkyrie cameras, which it looks like they have just now, they can look to get on top of this desk and get that kit down. 1C4 still in hand for the Bandit. That's going to be crucial to try and win the round for the defense here.
It's going to be crucial, like you said, at 40 seconds here and going for the plant, not even allowing the C4 to maybe make contact. Shrapnel could be the deadliest, although I don't think they realize it because it's right above them. The plant is going to be down. 4-2 already looking to lock it out. The final two players here trying to play off of luck alone, but that simply won't cut it, as once holding you below finds the down, not finished. Yilmaz now needs to find a 1v2, a 2v2, but of course the wasted of time to trying to get back Appa on his own feed won't be the best of looks, as currently Nono is going to be one of the greatest fear factors when it comes into it, and holding it down, Iron Sight. Everyone's just waiting for the right opportunity. Hemsey doesn't want to make the mistake we saw from Am earlier. A single shot, SMG-12 takes the burst, a second one to follow, finishes the job, and Nono Meister there with the final. We see it, and of course 4-2 on the attack is going to be no laughing matter.
Yeah, this is really good stuff coming in from the side of Valour Esports as they take a convincing 4-2 half, but it's not over for number one, right? We can see this map. If you know how to attack, it can be very rewarding as well. And so it looks like Pork in chat saying they've ended up on a map that they have never played before, which is very interesting. I think if you are going to be looking to make deep runs in these tournaments, this should have looked to be a maybe an insta-ban for the side of number one, especially in these BO3s. You can't have such a shallow map pool where in these best of threes you end up playing maps that you've not really played very much. Obviously, only being a team for 2 weeks is Not ideal, but good on them for trying to play some tournaments, get some experience in. So maybe in the future we'll see more of this side when they come back stronger.
Honestly, congrats to them, because for the time they've been together, they're doing a fantastic job in my opinion. I think it's really good to see how well they're performing. And again, it really shows that possibly in the future, like you mentioned, they could be a potential team. They just need to put that work in. And currently they definitely are for some, but just not enough, because they're unluckily facing a team that has much more experience, much more chemistry, and time gone through together, with the 4-2 definitely showing it. And now the defense. We've seen how they can play on their defense, and aggression might be their middle name, but Valour Esports here, they're picking up a lineup which is very, I would say, calm.
Calm is a good word for it, I think. There is some aggressive operators in this lineup. Obviously, having the Fenrir lets you swing quite aggressively. Being able to pre-play C4s with the Valkyrie is also very nice. But I like to see the fact that number one, although they haven't scrimmed this map maybe as much as they would have hoped, they are going to be leaning into that shield meta very heavily to try and earn themselves a place in the final. I think number one are also to be very, very proud of themselves. They have gone from the round of 64 into a semi-final, being a team for 2 weeks, which I think is actually really impressive, so really fair play to them. And obviously Valour being a roster that's been around for a long, long time, I think they can hold their heads high and say, you know, we did put up a good fight to get all the way to the semis, and hopefully we'll see more of them soon.
Hold your head high, that's what we talk about. It's definitely going to be much more than the fact that they've gone so far in this tournament. And well, let's see them go even further. Number one, it's not over just yet. We've been saying it, we've been hoping. Maybe the 4-2 could be a bit of a discouraging factor, but Valour Esports have not yet gotten it. You win Consulate, Clubhouse is much more than possible within your chances, although Pork there early with a blitz, just like on Lair, and trying to engage very early.
Yeah, we're getting ourselves into the map, we're getting in the face of our opposition, which is great to see. And that's what these shield operators let you do, as Yilmaz, using that info to great effect, will get the opening kill for number one.
Oh, Yilmaz picks up a second. Framework there going to be a good one to put right into the chamber, load it up, and Yilmaz taking damage, although Valour Esports starting to lose it, but not for much longer. Rexys puts a setback and will be causing a bit of distress from number one, as they don't necessarily want to approach it too hastily. The swing there from Nono, he's tempted, he needs it, the 1v1 has to be won, as Wiz has already brought him down to 2 to remain. Smoke and Valkyrie gonna need to hold hand in hand, and hand gets brought as MC reaches over one. It's a kill on to TJ, while the diffuser is still blitzes. A bit of smackdown action, trying to really have them be blasted back. Pork is attempting to have a 1v1, but currently, little does he know, there's still some players set in sight and motion, looking to shut you down. He's in the perfect position, but the missed shots. What a discredit, getting up close. The flash is there. Pork puts him down. 1v3, and oh, Valour Esports only have the Valkyrie up to offer, as there's simply not much of a decision besides just try and go for these final kills. Finds one, the second as well. How does he? Where are we switching the switch around? Apple the final one, tries to go for pre-fires, knows about the location of the last one of these. Black guys are definitely going to be doing what they require it to be, so the animation going to be great, going to be fantastic, but not able to back it up is where it comes truly troublesome. With these 25 seconds, I mean, Hemsey starts to approach it, comes around the wall, doesn't find the damage at first. It's a bit of a low quad kill for Hemsey. And just stuck in the moment. A bit of BM in chat, and Valour Esports with their 5th round.
Is that a 1v3? He's just clutch puffer.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser.
Yes.
Defender mission.
Yes.
Crazy. Get in the highlight reel, get it in the montage as a lovely clutch coming in for the Valkyrie with the lovely new skin as well. You know, reloading that mag in the coolest fashion possible. But number one, they did such a good job of getting in the face of Valour Esports, getting that 3v1, but this is where you have to be clinical in your post plants. Unfortunately for the side of number one, I think that's going to be the last straw. I think that's really going to start to play on the mental of number one gaming here, as that's a round you really should be getting in the books and really start to build off the back of the momentum you would have got if you got that round. So, I mean, the confidence for Valour Esports, they're going to be on cloud 9 after that clutch, as Valkyrie, just that Valkyrie with her Valkyrie cams being an absolute beast and using that info to great effect. But I think in that last situation, you can't be swinging with the super shorty. That thing is good for rotates and rotates alone. So, very unfortunate for the side number one that they weren't able to seal that round out.
Reinforcing the floor.
Very unfortunate indeed, but it happens, and it's been happening for a bit too long, though. Valour Esports, the fact that they got away with it, yet again, I'm still a bit shell-shocked, I'll be completely honest. The starstruck we get from that 1v3 is not only that the coverage of the Blitz wasn't the best, we also don't have that information. The Valkyrie takes out someone on yellow stairs, and then from those yellow stairs, converts, pushes up to the Blitz, which wasn't covered. I don't know what the final player there was doing from the side of number one, but they certainly weren't covering the right angle. It seems like they were hiding for themselves, just trying to keep themselves instead of the planter alive, who was also the Blitz, which would have been a perfect counter in a 1v2.
Yeah, it would have been perfect if they could have managed, but it wasn't to be, as Valour Esports looking like they're going to start to run away with this. As looking at the lineup, seeming like they've gone for a bit more of a funky approach to defending this basement site. We've got a framework with the Solus to be able to deny the plant later on, but it is going to be a backside take coming out from the side of number one here to try and make their entry into the map.
Not to try, so I think they're going to be doing it. Number one already in the building in more than just one step. Look at their approach it, but how well will Valour be able to read upon them? They open up pages, try to close this final panel. Smoke there to deny the entry, but you forget that Pork can simply wait and stall Yacht. And these early gadgets being thrown like nothing from the defensive side. The close-in potential from this defensive is more than enough to stuck number one in one position.
Yeah, it's looking a bit desperate for the side of number one, as Valour's going to make it even more desperate as Raxis finds the entry pick onto the Finca. As it seems like they've just been stalled out completely by these smoke grenades. This is great use. Valour's rotated everybody over here, Puffo, to hold down this entry point.
They're playing together like a hive mind, move like one, although the down onto MC definitely won't be proving anything good as TJ takes out Rexys. It's a great refrag, a bit of a trade you could call it, for the side of Yilma, especially considering that your Rooney is still down and not out, but Valour Esports here, maybe you should back off of this one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they're managing to make this work, as one single doorway into server is not a great entry point. If they can breach into the other server wall or use those lines of sight to help this Monty push down the defense, that's what can be the key to getting into the map. But look at the time that's been wasted. Only a minute left on the clock, and they're nowhere close to being ready to execute yet.
More than worth it. Forcing down those smokes from the side of Pork. And of course, it seems like number one won't be backing off of this side. Reinforced, stuck outside. Now 4 players slowly closing in. All going to be Visa and Server. Not trying to go for that verticality where Framework is going to be stepping in. A lot of damage onto TJ. And while though he isn't still stepping out of the competition, soon might follow quite quickly. A great breach onto the single wall. But little do you know, MC's looking for vengeance. And the final few players of Valour now have the upper hand. As you're tucked in one corner, all of them are starting to close in, and although you do say that animals are the most aggressive once in corner, number one here simply will be put on a leash. Appa though takes it off and has one kill onto MC. While the meanwhile the Monty has stuck in the back lines. No, still fighting against it, but this pistol whip is definitely gonna find the flick. Although matters not, time has run out. Number one, as much as they're attempting to go for the plant, it's far too late. The ping is there, the pistol too. And Valour Esports will get themselves onto match point.
The problem was, for the attacking side, they've just invested all of their utility in just trying to take server. There was only 2 flashbangs left in pocket for the attacking side once they got to the objective. You just don't have the tools you need to be able to get into the bomb site, and they've just been cut down by Valour Esports. But number one, this is now do or die time for them, as 1 round more to Valour Esports. That is going to be your semi-final taken by Valour, if Valour can take this next round.
Absolutely. It's between number one and Valour right now. Valour already having map number one under their own belt, and also continuing to have a similar performance going onto the second console, and even more dominant, as it should be, since this is their own map, and number one have confessed that maybe they weren't the most prepared for it, and relying on Lair to be theirs, it's all going downhill for them. Mostly are relying on guns and teamwork, as number one's strategy doesn't seem to be the most close to them, if I may say so, although it's not over yet. They have this one lifeline left, or rather this is their final life, and it's going to continue to be so until we reach overtime.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, long way to go, but small steps, right? You can take baby steps to work your way back into this game, but again, number one, I think just their inexperience is now starting to show, right? And unfortunately, there's just not a whole lot you can do about it until you do play as a roster together for a bit more period of time. But I think number one, it's really nice to see that they haven't given up, right? They're still trying to make it work. They're still getting entry kills into the building as Framework is going to get punished to kick things off. So it's not over yet for the side of number one.
Really good way. Headlight it on, reveal the mistakes. Wiz being downed, trade-off could be incoming, but as it hasn't yet, it's a potential that number one are going to be keeping all their players intact and together. Although Wiz doesn't bring the most of that essential utility, such as the Monty and the A, some breaches. What matters is the fact that you have players to fight against Valour Esports because their confidence currently is over-peaking.
Yeah, the Valour Esports are in full effect right now, as they will get the res onto their down but not out player, which is really good stuff. But Valour Esports, this is a map clearly they're very, very comfortable with, and that's the thing. It's when you have that experience, you can be very calm and collected in the situations you need to be, as the toes of the Izami sticking out there, but not a lot of damage being dealt onto this position.
A small amount, slap on the wrist, a bit of a pedicure coming onto the side of Nonomeister as he's forced to back off into a corner. And look at the Monty, what a rat pork certainly is, trying to really find anything they can work off of, be it a small, minute amount of damage, whatever it can be. The defense right now cannot come out on top. With this one, you backed up Wiz, meaning you're back in your A game with all 4 players, and Yilmaz is going to make sure that Valour are up to 3 remaining.
This is really good work. They're taking it a lot slower this time around. They're finding the entries they need, as they're going to actually lock the Monty into this area. But I really like what number one are offering here. They've taken a step back, taking it step by step, and it's much better from the side of number one. They're taking these fights in advantage situations, but Himsy's going to find one back as they keep trying to make it work with the Monty.
Dangerously close here, trying to challenge out the Monty, but little do you know, there's still players backing him up. You took a bit of damage earlier from that Visa side, and Ono is really trying to make sure that it's solidified as much as it can be, while the Monty make it a difficult job, but he gets smacked, punched one after another. The headshot is found, and just like that, number one have lost their capitalization of the first 2 kills. It's all down to 0. Back to equal ground. 35 seconds counting, and the defense is starting to rock as not only are they wasting them out, but still a smoke babe on the side of Pango, nicely spread out as well, and also keeping ground as vast as it possibly can, be spread out thin. But what matters is the fact that they can challenge them one by one, because number one don't seem to be playing as much together as they should be. Headshot onto one, the final 2 locked out outside of sight. Yilmaz does get a trade-off onto Pango. That's going to be a great one. The smoke definitely could have changed the outcome. The pings right onto the Izami, finds the low HP Nonomeister, executes him on the spot, but the verticality from Hemsi could be as deadly as it gets. Although can he spot him? Has the ping correctly, doesn't get the direct pinpoint. It wasn't the best of information, and now trying to find this possible outcome that could be pivoting towards the side of number, or rather Valour Esports, as Yilmaz and Appa still stand in his way, but they're not looking to challenge him. They're playing the save game. And with it, I don't think Hemsi has much of a choice.
Yeah, this is beautifully played by number one. They're playing the time. There's no need for them to get over aggressive and peek into Himsy here. He's got to do the hard work. Almost finds the first, but Yilmaz will shut him down. And that's lovely work in the 3v3. They used the information they had available. They allowed the Ash to get aggressive and find the opening pick to get the bomb down. But unfortunately for Himsy, he should be doing better. I'm pretty sure that yellow ping was directly on the planter with the backup shotgun as well. Just make a hole, get the line of sight you need, and that becomes a very different situations. But the question is, will this be a consolation round for number one, or can they start to build on this round?
Side quests or possible comeback is the question that currently stands. Number one, let's see these bans. Monty for Izami, I feel like that's very valid. We saw what the Monty was doing to the side of Valour Esports. It didn't allow the forward gratitude of Nonomeister to express his aggression as he was constantly shut down, felt pressured, and that's not what he liked. Although for the Izami, it's going to be a great counter ban as well, because that same player was absolutely shutting down and isolating the Monty, allowing him to get that 1v1, which pivoted them. Although not winning the round, it still showed progression and potential danger.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah. This potential danger is looming over number one all the time now. It's there, and I don't think they're doing enough to deal with it. They've had some really promising rounds, but for a team that's just maybe not as organized as a team like Valour is, again, they're just doing, I think they're doing really well, Puffo, just to hang on in there. They're really just hanging in. They're trying to make life difficult. They're trying to make it work, and their problem solving has been good. There's a lot of promise in this team, I think, Puffo. As in some of these like desperate situations, they've been able to make it work.
They certainly have. And that's the magic of Rainbow Six Siege. let's take a look at the lineup, sight, and everything alike. Comparing it to what number one were displaying once they were on the defense, the change I'm liking to see is a bit more of that roam action. We saw in the first round where Valour decided to go for that CEO push, and it was a great success. All thanks to number one, not necessarily trying to take over ground, which is something Valour are very keen in on doing, and it's been quite prevalent and common through all of these rounds of their defensive, which I am loving. For this response though, number one are going to be picking up a shield of their own, that being the Blackbeard, and in the meanwhile, I love when people utilize the Brava.
And this is great work. They get a kill off the back of it as well, as they've dealt with the bandit trick so much better this time around, tossing these nades. And I don't think that second one's going to find its mark, however, as Rexy's he's gonna go back there. Now that the nades have been expended, they can go back and bandit trick this wall. So unfortunately for number one, just the basic cohesion they needed to get the wall open is not going to work out in their favor, as that's going to be the end of that. They're going to have to full send it through admin now without that breach to help them out later on.
Two of the attackers wandering with drones, having a bit of a date on bottom Visa, just checking things out. Might be a waste of time, but who knows? Could a strategy be brewing in the meanwhile is a possibility, and we cannot certify. It's a loss of utilization. Port can definitely take advantage of these windows and challenge them, but we see that admin is definitely going to be one of those difficulties that number one either need to surpass or ignore.
Yeah, we're trying to get the Blackbeard in the right position to try and get himself into admin, which is really good. So hopefully he can make his way into the building and establish some control for the side of number one. They've also got Yamaz lurking down below, trying to find anything he can to hop up the spiral stairs. A very common strategy. We saw Valour Esports using it as well. And it doesn't seem like they're prepared for this player. But oh, Bandit's he's just missed the opportunity.
What are we doing, Yomas? Break it! You're giving off sound calls either way, and there's going to be a Fenrir to shut you down. Fantastic drop. And Yomas is a great player because we see him on that gun, and he puts it all the way down to work. Being one of the two players with double digits for that KD definitely proves what we've just seen. Expecting framework, acting on the spot, executing, and now Himsy taking a bit of damage won't be the greatest. Although look at number one, how great of a progress they've had at stepping up and taking over admin.
Yeah, they are very close to be able to get this default plant spot down. They know nobody's playing this long desk position. Blackbeard can just keep an eye on it. And this is brilliant control from number one. If they can just get into that default plant spot and start to get the kit down, this could be really good for them.
Smoke babes, save. Keep them in. And currently start unleashing them as time passes by, trying to deny that as much as they can, but if you can't hit those shots, it won't matter. Pango just keeps on chucking one after another. This is a basketball player. Get this man into the NBA, but the positioning won't be the greatest, as Jonas is going to be executing yet another. Do we have a follow with? Certainly not. Going for the pre-fire, and Onomeister has completely turned it around, as now they need to force another player onto it, but Rexy shuts down Appa, meaning that is a 1v2 position, and as long as you can get the kill, it will not matter. No one there to cover! Pork being the final determining factor, and none other than Valour Esports taking this 2-0 fashion. Consulate is theirs, and so is this semi-final.
Yeah, what a semi-final it was. It's going to be Valour Esports claiming their spot in the final, as we're going to be covering all the action in that final tomorrow on the Sunday. But I think that's just the experience of Valour Esports paying off there, just absolutely steamrolling their way through an opposition that, you know, only 2 weeks been together is a really good showing from them. They did their best to try and hang in the game, but Valour Esports just showing their class, showing their experience as they pretty much pop off on a very dominant Consulate to round things out here today. But we had a great few games today. We had the two quarterfinals were both banging games. A lot of speed running today, a lot of speed running from a lot of these teams, but it's been great fun watching it with you, Puffo.
Yeah, no, my pleasure. Thanks for inviting me. Amguns being the great host, and also, of course, covering solo on the first map is absolutely phenomenal. And in general, as much as it was a speed run, I loved how well we could analyze these teams. I don't think there's a lot of times where teams are just, I don't necessarily want to make it sound bad, but basic. They play by the book. You constantly repeat yourself. With these teams, they were very unique. Although the mistakes were unique as well, which necessarily isn't a good thing, but they were fun to call out, and I think everyone did a really good job.
Yeah, it was a good performance overall. It was great fun to watch. Hopefully all of you guys have enjoyed as well. So it's been me, Amguns, and Puff Above, covering the quarterfinals and the semi-finals of the... What's up?
We need to shout out Nanos.
Of course, yes. And obviously this is not possible without Nanos. Of course, the GOAT Observer himself has been observing for us today. we're not able to show you these games without him observing for us. Thank you for ELC as well for having us to be able to cover all the action in the ELC Summer Cup. It's been a good afternoon. It's been a pleasure casting these games. So joined by Puffer Bob and with Nanos. So hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see you guys tomorrow for the final between Valour Esports and whoever's going to win the other semi-final. So that's going to be it from us. So if the other game is still going, you can check it out over on Kryz's channel or at Devil Esports. So thank you very much, guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand final.